All right. So welcome. This is our Deschutes County Annual Retreat, January 27th, 2025. We've got our video and audio set up for this meeting, but it's a little bit more intimate setting of county administration, commissioners. They're talking about the big picture, going through our agenda today. We have a whole day scheduled to 3:45, but we'll just go as long as we need to on any topics. But yeah, please.
And Chair, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at the road department. Thanks to Chris Doty and the team for hosting us today. We look forward to a very productive and good day together. I did just want to mention, we have the agenda. It is posted online. The meeting packet's posted online. In coordination with Commissioner Adair, I did fail to include a topic related to the courthouse. So I'm curious if the board would like to include a topic to this. Of course, we can talk about that in a number of topics today, but if we would like to have a special place to address the courthouse, we can certainly do so. Lee Randall, our facilities director, is aware that the topic may come up today. I shared that with him. There are a couple of places we could include that if the board is open to having a discussion on that. And
Understood. Yeah. So as I say, this is a retreat day. We can be flexible. We can do it whatever we want. So
since we're having, since it's on our agenda to talk about the courthouse and the construction budget and, overruns on Wednesday, I'd like for us to focus on other things today, be a little more big picture. But that's just my preference.
Commissioner Dare.
I already said I wanted it on.
Well, so what's your vision on that? So we're at a retreat day and you want to be able to
It's a
discuss.
retreat, all right. This courthouse, how many millions is it going to be over budget? Is it going to be like the Kingwood property that went up to almost 13 million? We've had 4.65. I'm looking at it. Originally, it was set to be, do you want to hear my comments on it?
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
I'll
so
say my
so-
comments. You guys don't have to agree with me, but I can clearly say my comments in my 10 minutes. Yeah,
Okay.
we all have 10 minutes, right?
Oh, yeah,
Julie?
as I say, I mean,
Yeah.
we were just kind of discussing making an agenda item or not. So it does sound like that is coming to our board meeting on Wednesday. So as I say, please share your thoughts and you can do it whenever it's appropriate. I don't know that we need to add an agenda item specifically, but we can call department heads or any topic in here today too. So as I say, if there's information to be shared, let's do that as a management group here today. So so at this time, yeah, let's let you speak about it and then we'll go from there when you want. So publishing or following our agenda that's published, so 10 minutes each for commissioner kind of opening comments and statements and visionary ideas, setting direction to the big stuff. Anybody want to start?
Pick right up
Commissioner Dare, please.
that topic or.
So this
Of
is all.
course, I would just love to start. Looking at our minutes from our meeting where we decided not to keep the performance auditor, even though we have added since FY 2019, 217 employees in the county. Clearly, the administration doesn't want to know where we're spending a lot of money. To bring the historical fact of the courthouse up, it started at 27 million, a dear 27 million. And then it went up 49% to 40 million. Oh my gosh, $40 million, 49%, with 51,000 square feet. And, losing the internal performance auditor out of the other 216 employees that we could have chose from to get rid of first. I find that decision that you guys made, incredibly frustrating. I so worry when our county budget for the courthouse, first of all, had a contingency that would never have passed in the real world. You need a 5 to 10% contingency. Seeing that number when it was 3% made me really nervous. And so now we've got a courthouse. I believe that we just got a new report. Friday afternoon, we got a new updated contract. The cost of work is now, it went up almost $4 million. That's now, the revised budget is now 36,200,000. I mean, there are so many numbers here. contingencies appear to be leaving. And I just think the fact that at the Facilities Review Committee 2 months ago, we were told that it was 1.2 million over budget. But that was a big mistake. It was really 2.9 million over budget. And clearly it's more than that. As someone who has built a couple of houses, I know on a smaller scale, you have to watch everything you're doing, and it is our taxpayers' money. As I read the wall over there, it says, "We strive to maintain the quality and improve the experience for all users of the Deschutes County." Oh, they say transportation system, but I just say Deschutes County. We're really trying to not waste their money and do a great job. So I just wanted to go in the record. I couldn't imagine that we would discuss it more. Maybe on Wednesday we will, but it's definitely, it's going way beyond what we had budgeted. And if you don't watch it, and if it is not brought up, when the numbers are like 2 months old by the time we have our Facilities Review Committee, that there's just too many lags, and I would really like all that to be tightened up. So my next issue is that we seem to have an issue. We have a lot of mental health issues. The fact that last year we actually had more opioid overdose deaths in Deschutes County. I thought we were going a better way, but the deaths went up. And then the other thing that bothered me was that harm reduction individuals that use that program, that also went up. So we're enabling more people to keep using their drugs. I believe it went from like 600 to 700 or 700 to 800. Anyway, it went up another 100. And so I asked them, where do you get your research in order to do this harm reduction? Well, they cited a 1993 study from Vancouver, British Columbia. So I would have thought they would have had other things that they could have told me why harm reduction is such a good idea, but I just feel like we have got to help people. There are drugs out there that you can actually help people get off of the opioids, and clearly we've got that money coming in from the state for years and years. We need more help. Apparently, the state has, what is it? Doug's letter said 5,000 bills and apparently that is a big number, 5,000 bills over in Salem. So I'm just hoping that we can actually get the bills that need to be passed and not keep burdening people in business. The burden of business in Oregon is having ripple effects. You can see the businesses that are leaving, such as Dutch Brothers. They're billionaires now, but they're leaving. Yes, it's really, it's time for a few less regulations and checking out. I did find it fascinating that the PERS, the state PERS seems to be a really big problem, and they are talking about what can they do about it? Well, the return on the state PERS was so small last year. I think it was like less than 4%, 3% or something. Even my son's own retirement account that he had from working at the Four Seasons returned 16%. Now, how did the state PERS only return less than 4%? I mean, last year the market was really crazy. So, I would love for us, because we have a lot of employees and we do have an incredible relationship with PERS, and we need to see maybe there's something the state can do in order to improve the PERS return. And then, I don't know if you're aware, but a couple people were shot Thursday night in Redmond. And they called it seriously wounded, but they were actually shot in the head, or seriously injured. It seems like we're having more drugs in our county. I know where 97 is a corridor. I know we have a lot of people that are trying to do what they can regarding the drug market, the cartels, but who shot those two men in the head? That's really the question today. And we're talking Redmond. You know, 2 years ago, when I was at Redmond at the event honoring the police, I met 5 families that had actually moved from Bend to Redmond because they felt like Redmond was a safer place to raise their family. And it just feels like something is going on that we need to get ahead of it. And our sheriff's office and the corridor and the speed on Highway 97 through our county is seriously has to be addressed. I've actually seen a lot more state police out working than normal, but I would like to see more sheriffs too. As always, I will say that we need to get rid of our juniper. We've got millions of juniper that can be pulled away, and it would be nice. And the other thing I would like us to be aware of is the fire danger. I see now that people are really getting nervous about wood fences, and I definitely would be worried about wood fences too. I just heard from one of my longtime friends in Malibu, and they had adequate fire hydrants in their community, their homes. A couple hundred were there, and there was only 10 remaining. They had tons of fire hydrants, and they had water because it was from Lost Virgin of Water. There was a huge water tower up the top of the mountain, and there were no firemen there. This was almost a day after that fire started. So on Friday, I did ask Mayor Fitch, how many fire trucks do they have in Redmond? If we again see that 70-mile-an-hour wind like we saw September, I think it was the 7th of 2020 that burned down those 4,000 homes in our state, people have to be prepared. And we're hearing from a lot of people over that the map from the state, and how insurance companies are actually not insuring people now, or they're canceling insurance. Well, honestly, it is only going to get way, way, way worse. I'd asked the state legislator to update the Oregon Fair Plan a year ago. I believe they are now in the process. That needs to be done immediately. It needs to be improved so that people can protect, and it's normally your home is your main asset, and people need to be able to protect that home. It's, I hear from somebody almost every day that they're having horrible times with their insurance. And what happened in California is going to impact that triple. So, please, state legislators, do something about the Oregon Fair Plan. The California Fair Plan is going to go bankrupt. It was limited now to 3 million residents, but I believe Oregon's originally value was at 300,000. So I think they raised it to 600, and maybe they're talking about 1 million. But that needs to be done at the start of the session. We don't need to wait till June to find out if that's passed or not, because you've got to give people peace of mind that their primary main asset on their balance sheet is protected. So that's all.
Thank you very much. As I say, this is our retreat day, so just getting ideas out.
Happy to go last.
That's fine. So as I say, just big picture stuff today. So goals and objectives for 2025. Remember I was talking about love all, serve all, back in the day, Hard Rock Cafe, and my wife found the pin recently, and she's like, oh yeah, here it is. That is just kind of the mindset. We're here for everybody, all citizens, all people in the community, really making this place the best it can be at any moment in time. So just that's my starting point for 2025. Getting to some specific topics, land swap for the fairground. So, this is a big picture item. Obviously, we're working hard on. It's got to do with the unsanctioned camping on the county land. Also focus on 17th Street, City of Redmond. I think we all met with the Redmond leadership this last week, and just making sure that's a high priority. What can we get this done in this next 10 or 12 months, by the end of the year. It's been mentioned that even if we have that location, 130 something acres, without people camping on it, it's going to be basically starting the process of cleaning up, doing a simple, environmental survey, and then executing with Department of State Lands. But I just think that let's do it. We've been talking about it for years. Let's lean into that. So as I say, this is one statement from me as commissioner, knowing that, let's all work together. China Hat, federal government's working on a closure plan for their fuel reduction. Juniper Ridge, we're gonna ask people to be on the west side of the train tracks there, and then basically setting a date there also. So it's kind of go time in the springtime this year. Sheriff's Office is a partner in some of the federal lands, the federal public safety, but also Sheriff's Office in making sure we're connected with and responding to people that are settling in for the long term in our lands around the cities that are on public lands. I don't see it as a big cataclysmic collision. I mean, let's just make the situation better with the resources we have. So those are just the high level statements there. But as I say, it all boils down to land swap for the fairgrounds is the tangible item that I really want to execute on. So that's that statement there. Priority wise, financial success with the budget, and that's going to be a big statement today. What are we doing with our budget, knowing the path is narrowed to Deschutes County proper, we're still growing. When we have to limit our growth trajectory, limit it to our 3%, the numbers that we're talking about, it feels like it's going to get really tight. But it's amazing that we're growing and it still feels that tight. We've got professionals that are proposing how our budget's going to be put together this year, and I really appreciate that. And we're going to be fine. The policy choices that we'll make, set direction to today for the proposed budget is going to be real important. But let's support each other. And it's just amazing the cost of business, the cost of doing business is just escalating. Getting back to what Commissioner Adair is talking about for this capital project we're working on, we do need to be vigilant and keeping an eye on all those dollars. So, as a priority, and we're basically restructuring the budget for years to come too. So I do support all that. Back to the basics, remember, business, having a vibrant business economy. This is a time of transition. We talk about AI on the horizon and what are we really going to be doing in the future for work. I've been working with our EDCO and our East Cascade Works people, thinking about that scenario. When I drive north from La Pine area in the morning, there's always log trucks going south, which is good. So we're seeing a log supply fits into the big picture of fuel reduction efforts and our collaborative and other places around the state. But that raw material is going south, Gilcrest Mill, and as I say, there's other big mill story there for the state, but that mill is creating final products. And then we've got companies, foundational companies, like Jeld-Wen and Brightwood. Those are taking those raw materials and creating products with them. So leaning into that, remembering that, we are here to set the table, kind of the concept of our EDCO board, set the table for success for business. And the world's changing in that also. If we have more construction, construction's happening, but it just feels like it's hard to build because of the inflation of construction costs, labor, just the whole big picture, interest rates. So as I say, just getting back to knowing that business is supported is a foundational statement by myself also. One of the big picture items, running for office originally was groundwater protection, rural southern Deschutes County, Department of Environmental Quality, our Community Development Department, on-site systems, our septic systems. 2013 was the conclusion of the community meetings following the on-site system vote of the commissioners in about 2008 or 9, requiring nitrate reducing septic systems in all the rural counties. One of the suggestions was blanket goal 11 exception for some of those platted areas that were platted before 1973. A well sampling plan. This is DEQ's partnership, but for the last few years, I've been standing by thinking, okay, well, are we going to see another set of well test results? This year in January, Peter Gutowski sent us an email talking about DEQ well sampling data for southern Deschutes County. And as I say, so DEQ is just kind of defocused is what is the conclusion I would come to. So there were some samples done. There was traces of nitrates in some places, not in others. So, but this is a dozen years after the commitment was to do a 10 years well sampling cycle. You know, having that goal 11 exception was just shut down pretty hard. It's easy. So then the concept is, instead of having to push uphill the whole time, how about we set it up so we can go downhill, make it easier, infrastructure dollars, planning dollars. When I go down some of the cross streets from Day Road, there's people that invest in a real nice property, there's undeveloped properties, and then there's aging manufactured home, down the same street, and it's just rough. And there's dirt roads. People call us all the time about maintaining the dirt roads. We could really, if we would just welcome the concept of putting some infrastructure in there in partnership with the community, not all government specifically, but allowing a sanitary authority, sanitary district with the goal 11 exception, with the intention of possibly putting in a water system, Commissioner Chang, water system, which would reduce the exempt well opportunities that you've been talking about recently, sewer system, and then either more maintenance levels on the dirt roads or setting up for paving some of these roads. So there's tax rates, varying tax rates for some of these rural road districts. We could sure lean into some of that stuff. So there's just a big scenario there, and it'll come around again, maybe during community development work planning or Newbury country plan. There's some big things there. So I'm just pointing out that it's fun to be in political gridlock about how we stopped you from doing something, but what an opportunity to have beautiful rural neighborhoods is the conclusion I would come to there. Fuel reduction, leaning into that. So I was looking through the paperwork of our general fund choices we want to make right now, and county forester and Project Wildfire, some of that doesn't pop up. We have federal dollars that come through. We have some resources there. We have staff that work on it, and it's really comes to that vision of helping property owners understand that 10 and 20 foot spacing between trees that can grow is a vision. And because we see it, a small wall of trees, we want to live behind that little wall of trees in your little private thing, but man, that's a fuel fire hazard like nobody's business. So leaning into fuel reduction, and then the fire map. Some people are very much being upset by this fire map, and I don't mind stepping up and explaining the big picture, pushing back or whatever we need to do. I mean, there are some spots where, one person's high and the next person next door is medium, and it just drives people crazy because they want to see the logic in that. And we know from our experiences here that we did a countywide risk map, and we're at high. The whole county's high. On any hot wind-driven day, like was already mentioned, it could go anywhere in the county. Ember shower in a wind-driven event is going to burn anything in its path. So having low, medium, and high doesn't help people with their mindset of where we live in Deschutes County. So some effort on that is what I would like to say. One random thought was, maybe reach out to the sheriff, see if he wants to come in and just say hi today. I didn't think about that before that, but as soon as I sat down, I'm thinking, oh, it'd be just good to say hi to the sheriff, welcome him as the new sheriff, see if he has any thoughts to share with us today. So as I say, sometimes we ask people to come in or, figure out what the priorities are of the different departments. So if the sheriff's available today, I'd be interested in saying hi to him. Just one other thought, maybe a little tour of the radio tower that's going in here at the road department tour. So I'm doing the 911 committee meetings. We've got a new tower coming in. So just a 5-minute on-site tour if we're able to do that today. So we can kind of regroup about action items for this afternoon. And there may be other things, but that's, and then, we're going to talk about, 5-member board of commissioners preparation. I do support putting a committee together in the next year to talk about what districts would look like. In the full light of what we want to do, let's all share our thoughts here. But, 2006, the citizens voted on a districting plan for 5 commissioners. So we have a starting point. And what that might look like, we can work out together. So if we're going 5, if people are going to be focused on it in the next year or so, I support, just putting a district in or having that discussion. And we are going to do that today. So that's it for me.
Oh, it's on the, yeah,
Yeah, as I said, I'm just showing support for that.
at 2:00.
But even a districting plan, because we didn't talk about that specifically.
Okay, I just have 3 things I wanted to mention today. There's so many topics of concern and of focus for the county this coming year, but just a couple of strategic things I'd like us to be thinking about at this moment in time. First, I would like to see us very focused this legislative session on items with budgetary ramifications for the county. We often get really excited about specific policy topics. There's very important things to focus on. But as we know today, a big chunk of the day is going to be focused on how we make limited growth happen without compromising the services that we provide to Deschutes County residents. And there are going to be, I was trying to tally it up the other day. There are going to be items related to adult P&P corrections funding. There's going to be surveyors funding. There's going to be a transportation package, and we want to make sure that we got 30, 50, 20, 50, 30, 20, and we also have adequate snow plowing by ODOT in this coming winter. There's a bill that I heard about at AOC that would allow CCOs to invest directly in county health services, which is something that we don't really do right now. We heard about public health modernization. We heard about assessor and tax items. So there are a number of things that affect our bottom line, affect the pressure that we're feeling on our general fund at the county, that I would really love to see us focus on in a concerted way with dollar signs in our eyes, basically, this legislative session. So I'm hoping that we can add a layer or kind of do a sub area of focus with Doug Riggs, and also with all of our essentially partners in advocacy on these items, to be able to hopefully get something out of the legislature that'll help us with our limited growth scenario this coming year. So that was the first thing I had. The second item I want to talk about, behavioral health and mental health too, but just a really specific opportunity I think we have in this coming year. That is this youth acute and respite mental health facility that St. Charles has been envisioning for many years now, that County Behavioral Health has been supporting, that I believe we're seeing a secure residential treatment facility being built in partnership with this entity, Jackson House. I believe if we were able to come up with some state and federal funding to put on the table, that we could ask to partner with Jackson's House on this youth acute and respite mental health facility and finally get it done. We have Representative Emerson Levy reintroducing the bill that Representative Sanchez introduced back in 2023 that almost made it to the finish line. So that would be an opportunity, at the state level to designate someplace in Deschutes County, maybe Bend, maybe Redmond, as the site of a regional youth psychiatric emergency center. And move forward with that idea, hopefully get a couple of $1 million from the state. Our two senators, two US senators for Oregon are really interested in, Senator Wyden has a real kind of personal, long-term connection to mental health issues and addressing the needs of our youth. So he was really interested in carrying a congressionally directed spending allocation request for said facility. If we can line up a couple of the stars, we get, one, 2, 3 other stars in alignment, that could be a fourth one. And this could be the year that we get enough stars into alignment that we can actually get this done. Or at least get the funding all lined up and plan for construction in 18 months or 2 years or whatever it takes. So that's a second thing I hope that we can focus on, and that will take legislative and advocacy pushing by all of us. To get that bill through the state legislature, they're going to need to hear. They're going to need to hear from all the Deschutes County commissioners. They're going to need to hear from more than just us. I'm trying to get a meeting with the folks from Providence, who are a bit distracted right now with some strike issues in the Portland area. But they were the leaders. They were the chief advocates back in 2023. I don't think they're going to be able to play that role this year, but maybe that's us, and they can support and help us for that congressionally directed spending requests. It would be great if it was, if we could, if the county could play a lead role in the submission of that request. Either letting St. Charles lead and us be a kind of primary supporter, or vice versa, because even though there's opportunities to bring an entity like Jackson's House into this, they are not allowed to be an applicant for a congressionally directed spending allocation. It needs to be public agency or a nonprofit organization. Third, I also wanted to talk about fire. We are seeing that we had a very long fire season locally. We had 1.9 million acres in the state of Oregon burned last year. At the state level, we are being reminded by Southern California right now that very large fire events can happen really throughout the year, and we do have, so we need to pay attention to the safety of our constituents and do everything we can to give them the best possible chance of success of surviving a wildfire when it happens. Because as we know, we live in a fire adapted ecosystem. It's not a matter of if, but when. And when it happens, if people's homes are built with the most wildfire resilient building materials, if they have defensible space around their homes, they have a much better chance of surviving. So I hope that we can continue to focus on providing the technical assistance and cost share funding that we've been securing for our residents for years. We are a leader in the state, but we can't just say we're a leader and sit back on our laurels. We need to do more because our community needs it. I also really hope that we can focus some on the disposal of all this yard debris and biomass material from these projects, and really pay attention to the role that county solid waste plays in that process. people who, there's a lot of talk about large scale biomass energy facilities in this region. You know, I wish those folks all the best, but I will continue to express skepticism about commercial viability of such facilities. It is, you need to be able to make power at a very, very low wholesale power purchase price to get a big utility to plug you into the grid, and it is super expensive to grind and haul biomass out of the woods. So that's I would rather we do things like focus on how we can accommodate more solid waste, organic solid waste like that running through our solid waste system, than pin our hopes on hopes and prayers on some non-commercially viable biomass energy facility idea. Yeah, that's, I mean, besides just besides owing our residents every effort we can make to to make their homes more resilient, increase their probability of survival when the fire comes. This is really important to the discussions of wildfire insurance that we're seeing spring up in a really big way in certain parts of the county right now. At the point where we have made whole neighborhoods much more resilient than they were 2, 3, 5 years ago, we can start to have some serious debates and push the insurance industry to recognize that people have done the work, that these homes are genuinely safer, and that they need to recognize that in the way that they provide coverage, and where they provide coverage, and also in premium rate setting. So that's those are my 3 things I wanted to share at this point.
Great, thank you.
So, Chair, if I can just, I heard a couple of requests for the balance of the day, and after 12:30, we have flexibility, as you mentioned. We can, as the board retreat, we can adjust and accommodate and make changes to the schedule as the board wishes. Really, after 12:30, we have the Community Justice, Health Services, and DA all scheduled to come in from that point forward. I heard a request to invite the sheriff to come in and say hello if he's available, and share some of his priorities. I heard a request for a brief tour for a facility, a tower, to come in. And as Commissioner Dare started with a discussion with the courthouse, that is scheduled for Wednesday, but I just wanted to see if commissioners support attempting to either bring in one to accommodate those additional requests this afternoon. And of course, we can extend beyond 3:45 as well. We have the full day. This was just a draft agenda. So I just want to get your thoughts on that before we move into the committee assignments discussion.
Yeah, for the radio tower, it's just, we're here and it's a project that's going to be completed pretty soon. So it's really just for us to learn about it. As I say, I mean, so he's asking if we support that. So it's just kind of an on-site tour of one of our 911 capital projects that's aiming for closure.
Sounds like a good walk. Let's hope it's warmer than 10.
Well, we'll wait till the warmest part of the day.
Maybe we could squeeze that in over lunchtime.
Yeah, as I say, it's just a good little one.
I have a hard stop today at 4:30.
Oh, I don't think we're
Redmond
gonna
for a 5 p.m. meeting, so I'm just concerned about adding things that would make us go past this 3:45.
Well, I think I've got my courthouse comments in the record. So hopefully they were all written down.
Yes.
In fact, the budget went up
And the
49% originally.
And can I just see, is there a second commissioner would like for us to invite the sheriff if he's available?
Yes,
To share?
definitely.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah, if I could just ask, so did all department heads, including the sheriff, kind of get a heads up that this retreat was happening today and that they might? Yeah, so he'll be not on call, but like we're not hitting him cold and asking to come in.
Correct. He did not, he sent a captain to our department head meeting last week, and of course, we've shared the agenda with department heads, so I'm not sure if this is on his radar. I haven't spoken to him about it, but certainly Under Sheriff Wells and Captain Schultz are aware of it. We'll make every effort we can to reach out to the sheriff today to see if he's available to stop by.
Yeah, and the vision is truly just, you know, the leadership of elected officials getting together. I mean, I don't have anything specific other than, you know, sharing words back and forth.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that so we can coordinate on those elements as we then shift gears into the committee assignments if the board's prepared to
Oh, yeah.
do so.
Okay, so next step on our agenda is committee assignments discussion. 10 minutes behind the schedule, but I don't know. Should be fine here. So in our agenda packet was published a bulleted list of all of the items that we attend or represent as Board of Commissioners. Now it's time for us to kind of discuss any changes, any different places we want to go, or updates, you know, what we've seen in the last year a little bit too, so we could sure do that. Yeah, anybody want to kick anything off specifically? Is everybody happy with what you're doing?
Oh, Brenda, the latest thing that I'm now the Deschutes County person for AOC, which one of those? Is that the last one, the membership? No, I'm not on the membership anymore. I'm gone from that one. Okay. I think, are you Tony?
Yeah, so I'm on the membership committee at AOC. That was from our District 2 meeting in the
Okay.
fall. I think you're at the legislative committee meeting now,
Yes,
so you'll represent after
so I'm
that.
not the alternate then. I'm just on that committee.
So yeah, after all the committees meet, then the legislative committee receives all those recommendations and
Okay.
you'll be at that one as a voting member. So then we have a District 2 alternate. I don't remember because it's not probably up to us specific.
No, I am the alternate because Patty's the chair for the district and I'm the alternate.
Oh, okay. For
Yeah, I am the
legislative.
vice chair for the
Okay,
district.
yep.
two.
I'll do that. Okay, so your alternate legislative committee, Patty Dorrell from Harding. Patty's following Pat.
No, I think she's actually considered the board of directors and I'm the alternate for that. Because at the last meeting, when I was gonna walk up, Sarah goes, no, Patty, you are the alternate for that. So it's okay now, I think.
Okay.
So just, I've been on the behavioral health for quite a while. Does somebody else want to do that?
So that's the advisory committee you're talking about.
Mhm, it's a liaison.
Yeah.
To Deschutes County Behavioral Health Advisory Board liaison.
What time in the?
It's on Fridays, the third Friday of the month from noon to, they want to make it at least 1:30.
But I've attended a couple times over the years. I've never specifically been a liaison and we can be as involved as we want, you know.
Right. But it's such a good place for one of us to be there because, you know, Holly's normally there. We have a lot of back and
Oh, yeah.
forth, what's going on, and Captain Schultz has been an excellent addition to that board because what he brings from, you know, our jail.
Great.
So do you want that one or who wants that one?
I'd be open to that. Would want to figure out what to exchange for it.
Oh, no, you don't have to exchange. I have way more on my list.
Because, for example, I already have the Public Health Advisory Board.
Okay, well, you can be both.
Well, that can be alternate or alternating for behavioral health advisory board too. So it's just to say, it's just a good thing to attend once in a while. Recommendations come on.
If you're interested in taking that on, I don't think I can take additional committee assignments on without trading things off.
Yeah, so I'll take that as a, yeah,
Okay, so
first priority liaison to behavioral health advisory board.
we'll put your name down. Okay.
So for my list, the COIC board is kind of the big one that jumps out, making a decision about that, between the three of us. Does, somebody else want to be on the COIC board? Done it for this 1 year, kind of feel like I'm ready to go and like to roll with that still, but any other thoughts?
You're welcome to roll.
I'd be interested in doing it, but Thursday evenings are really difficult.
Oh, and it comes quick. It's like every time I turn around, I gotta go to a meeting, it feels like, so it's a commitment, yeah. Okay, well, so I'll offer to stay on the COIC board as the representative of Deschutes County proper, so there's the cities and the other counties. And then alternate, I think that's Bank Commissioner Chang.
Mhm.
So
I'm happy to
leave
be
it
the
that.
alternate. I can-
And that's worked out well, okay.
Well,
So we'll leave the
I
COIC.
haven't been called on yet, but
Well, yeah, and it does fit my schedule, as I say, it comes fast, all of a sudden, run to Redmond, but it works out. for me. And as I say, I will acknowledge and, hand it off if need. In fact, yeah, it might happen, just some different things, traveling this next summer.
I have a
Okay.
question, I have a question. We're all listed with the Fair Association, but I'm usually the person that goes to that Monday night meeting at 5:30 at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, and I don't see myself associated specifically with the Fair Association, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I go to the fair, but I don't try to follow the association board.
we all get invited to attend and vote
Yeah.
that for the annual meeting. That's why they wanted us to be recognized as fair association members. But
I don't need it to be
I
on
mean,
my
you could be
list.
the.
Could you say I'm the liaison then?
There you go.
Cause I,
Just another topic relating, since you're on Fair Next Vote, I think we were hoping the board might discuss which commissioner might serve as part of the master planning process steering committee.
Yeah,
They're hopeful to have a commissioner on that steering committee, and so if that's a discussion the board would like to have as part of this discussion or later, that's fine too.
That's for the Fair Expo, not the Fair Association.
Yep.
and I do think there's some good news that's gonna come out in that region soon. And I did hear that the farewell is only gonna be 2 days now instead of 3. That was on the news this morning. Wow, hot news.
so I'm absolutely full speed ahead, let's do the land swap, as I say, following up with that statement there. Fair Master Planning Committee, so that's gonna be kind of its own effort,
Correct.
a mix of fair board members, maybe Fair Association, community members, whoever.
Correct. There may also be representation from the city of Redmond on that
Yep,
committee,
okay.
and then at the staff level, I think Nick's gonna serve on that committee, so
Mhm. And probably multiple years.
I don't have a sense of duration. I know they're hoping to get started late winter, early spring of this year, so. That would be my guess.
So I am on the Redmond Airport Advisory Committee, it just kind of comes up for Redmond, so I'm just thinking, yeah, any thoughts?
Whether you want to trade that out.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, as I said, it's an honor to go to those Redmond Airport community, where basically we receive a lot of the planning. Right now, they're working on their $180 million airport expansion project. Funding's been finalized for that. So when we do attend, it's really just kind of hearing the big picture, understanding, where they're going and making sure there's any feedback from anybody, so.
Does it meet monthly?
Yeah, probably about just 10 times a year, so not every month, but monthly.
185 million?
Well, 180, maybe it'll be 185 by the time
It was
we're done.
185 when I got the 10 million from Connect Oregon for it. And don't forget, Lane, Eugene's airport did not get a dime and they were asking for 13 million. They had a really good application. So kudos to them for getting that funding.
So as I said, I mean, I would lean into fair master planning, just in support of moving that forward.
So you want to do that?
And if somebody wants to do Redmond Airport,
I think it's really important for that fair master planning process that we all be very involved. So I mean, if there's one of us who sits on that committee, that's one thing, but I'd like there to be regular basically check-in points, report outs on that process. It's pretty important.
Yeah, well, and I mean, we've seen those updates to us, you know, at the joint fair board meeting and, you know, we were called in with that, you know, we've had it scheduled once in a while. So yeah, I don't see any resistance to that for sure. Make sure that that's a priority. Because it's for the world to know at that point
Yeah,
too.
yeah, I mean, as that really gets going, those might need to be more frequent than what we've been seeing.
That's fine.
Again, I'd be interested in the airport advisory committee. In part just because you know, now serving on the Oregon Transportation Commission, being engaged in state transportation policy, it's complementary to that. I have also I've tracked the many tens or hundreds of millions of dollars that the FAA and other federal agencies have invested into the Redmond Airport over the last 15 or 20 years. Pretty closely, so
That's fine. So yeah, please attend Redmond.
But
Airport
again,
Community Advisory.
I need to offload some things in order to.
Okay.
To do that,
Well, so just
I'd
follow,
be open, for example, I'd be open to handing over or rotating out on the EDCO board after the strategic planning session is done in February. I have commitments to be involved in that, but that's a challenging one to make work with my schedule. And yeah, ready, same thing. You know, open to rotating out on that, so.
and I'd be happy to, yeah, attend one or both of those. So that's not a problem. I've done that in the past. I'd be honored to step back into that. For Redmond Airport Advisory Committee, it's also about the FAA. The footprint of the land under the FAA rules, you know, because there's leasing projects, so it's future leasing agreements. We did a update to the lease policies in the last year. Neighbor impact is on FAA controlled leased property with and I was talking to Leaf, the property manager guy, and he said that, yeah, they had to do a updated lease for that warehouse. And I didn't understand that till we were at the event. So just show it. That's another domain of all that.
The Redmond Airport acts in some ways like a port, in that we see in other places, you know, other parts of the state, which play a key role in making, you know, industrial and commercial lands available for various kinds of economic activity.
And it's leasing, you know, there's no sale, it's all leased, the footprint's defined already, so it's a leasing policy, it can be interesting sometimes. So that's fine. Commissioner Dare, EDCO are ready, Redmond Economic Development Board. Are you interested? Want to do
Oh,
that?
see, Ready is Redmond.
Mhm.
Ready, you better.
That's fine, I'd be honored to go to the EDCO board proper then, and I'm already involved with Sun River La Pine. Unless somebody really wants that, but that's, you know, in my community there. So I can do it EDCO board, Commissioner Dairy, be at Redmond Economic Development. And I attend events for all those throughout the year anyways, but the board seats. Okay, so you got 2 off and 1 on just now.
And Brenda, it's actually listed above in the line. I didn't see it. The Associated Oregon Counties Legislative Committee. So I'm already up above, so you can take the one underneath. Okay. And I was like, oh, I think I've done. Okay, so.
So as I said, I mean, is there any other drivers here? You know, so I'm attending 911 user board meetings monthly, or probably every other month. It's not monthly, so just every other month. At the table, it does fit in with my state interoperability executive council appointment for kind of the statewide interoperability and radio stuff. But if somebody wants to be at that 911 user board meeting, I could be an alternate too.
It's already a posted meeting, isn't it? I mean, I've gone to a couple of them,
Yeah.
so we can actually go.
Yep,
So I don't, you can stay there.
that's fine. I'm just,
Yeah.
So then cohesive strategy, remember this is our multi-county partnership. We are investing some money in federal government's investing money. So a lot of folks are at the table there. I think it is our Project Wildfire at the regional level, advocating for grants, but also aligning our efforts with the federal folks and the other counties that are at the table. It's been kind of hit or miss, but we've learned that, when it's fire season, nobody's gonna have a meeting. So, but there's really just a couple substantive meetings off fire season that everybody attends. Comparing notes, as I say, the BRIC grants have gone through there as an advocacy. There's another one that's starting right now too, so. I guess that was just an update. I can keep doing it or
Yeah,
something else.
as I said a few years back, I think it's really good for all three of us to at least have one wildfire assignment that keeps us plugged into those issues and a little bit more grounded, because there's a whole lot of,
Does somebody want Project Wildfire? I've been on that for a couple of years.
And I've done that in the past. I haven't attended recently, but I mean, I reference it all the time for homeowners and explaining the big picture, so.
Does that mean you want it?
Yeah, I can take it if you,
Okay.
yeah. And then, as I say, I mean, if. The more I see that as kind of, neighbor association driven, as in, I don't know that when a commissioner shows up, we drive it as much. It's good to show participation and be at that meeting. So. I'm just sharing. I'll go.
Okay.
do you want to trade the cohesive strategy for the Project Wildfire?
No, I have plenty of things I've been greedy in the past, and I'm not gonna be greedy today. When is the ready meeting?
I don't know, you've been doing that recently.
Is that like Wednesday morning,
Wednesdays really early.
like at 7 or something?
And there's Zoom available.
Is it in
Yeah.
person?
It is in person, but because of how close it cuts to the Board of Commissioners meetings, I almost never go in person because
Do they hold it at the same place every time?
they've been moving it around.
Okay, maybe I can,
So I think they may have settled at a new place and that may give them, that they actually pushed it even later, even farther into our Board of Commissioners meeting. But maybe now that I think I can't remember where they're planning on having the next meeting, but if that's a suitable long-term place, then maybe they can push it back earlier again, which would allow more opportunity for in-person participation. But we can notify Steve Curley. We can coordinate all that.
So any other things jump out at you, Commissioner Chang, that you wanna do or not, or offer up?
I mean, I would offer up the MPO is a place that I've spent a lot of time. I feel like I have a good handle on it. I feel like the county does add value there. Especially when there's discussions of Tumalo, there's discussions of Deschutes River Woods. But it's, I don't have to be the MPO policy board member, so open to offering that up. I think that there's real value in commissioners participating in the Public Health Advisory Board. That's something that I've done for, I believe, 4 years now. So some openness to trading that off. If somebody was interested in picking one of those up, I imagine doing something like doing the Behavioral Health Advisory Board instead, or something like that.
For both those advisory boards, I'd rather just be invited to both of them and just look for opportunities to attend. as I say, if there's two of us there, that'd be fine too. So, as I've attended a few times over the years, not a whole lot, but I mean, has there any been real direction by a commissioner attending, or is it really just the same kind of flow of people comparing notes?
The Public Health Advisory Board has gotten a lot more interested in the budget for our public health division. This is a pretty critical year for that. And I would expect them to be helping with Salem advocacy. And B, weighing in with the Board of Commissioners, playing a real advisory board role for us as we try to decide which services are going to need to be squeezed to address limited growth goals. Could be an interesting place, but yeah.
Well, the
I'm
behavioral health
happy
is
to
gonna do
keep
that too, and it actually will probably change a bit because Roger just left his chair and he'd been chair forever, and Jessica Vieira, who was the vice chair, also were both termed out for behavioral health. But they've got some really dynamic people on that, so I think that's a good place for someone to be.
But I'm also happy to continue in those committee assignments as well.
Well, so just acknowledging the time, this is gonna be published for our next fiscal year in our budget document, and Brenda, you've been through this with us a little bit. Is there anything else that kind of jumps out that we should discuss, in a retreat day, or can, because we can bring this up and just, she can publish what we just talked about, and then we can change things in the near future.
I'm sorry.
The Coordinated Homeless Response Office, I'm no longer supposed to be chair because they said you had to be on the regional housing, and they want the same person. So that eliminates that from my portfolio.
Or it offers you to be the regional housing person. So,
Well,
yeah, that's
that-
good. Let's discuss that though. Yeah, so.
I'm serving in that role as on the Regional Housing Council. It has taken a very long time to get that body up and running and actually playing a meaningful role. And now that I was there for all the work of actually getting that thing up and running, I'd like to stay. So that's, that is a committee assignment that I'm not interested in training.
So would you take the Coordinated Homeless Office tag for now and then help evolve it, whatever that's gonna mean?
I would. I mean, I'd also be comfortable pushing back and saying, no, we're going to continue to have one commissioner participate on the Regional Housing Council and one participate on the CROW as a sub body within the Regional Housing Council.
They voted to make sure that it's the same person.
Well,
Yeah.
how about we do that for now and see
That's
where
what
that
they're
goes?
asking,
Yeah,
but
No, they were.
well, I
demanding.
support you having both of those. I mean, I just consolidating it, because
Okay.
obviously that's a dynamic world still.
Okay, so he's gonna have,
Congratulations.
so he's gonna have both of them then.
okay.
Okay. So as I say, we could make tweaks in the near future if we want to. Does anything else jump out? As I say, I mean, I'm involved with the East Cascade Works. I attended a board meeting recently. It's, remember, for commissioner where the region. So when we have a meeting officially for the commissioners, it's kind of a higher level than the board proper that implements all these programs, but we can attend both, and I have enjoyed doing that. Last week, we were over at COCC and Dr. Kesley was there, and Eric Strobel was there right after our board meeting, and a couple folks from the trades were there. So it's a good mix of people at the East Cascade Works. Honored to be doing it. I'm just explaining what it is. So we'll move on, and then if there's any other things, we can just discuss it in the board meeting. So
Yeah,
specific topic comes up.
like I said, I can't think about taking anything else on it without other things coming off the plate, so.
Okay. Looks like we'll leave it for there for now. Maybe some following changes, but we can handle that. Are you all right with that, Commissioner Duke?
Oh, yeah, I'm still counting.
But yeah, so we'll follow up in the future if we want to do anything else on that topic.
Well, you know, last year, a couple of us had pretty long, subcommittee assignments, and one of us had a shorter list, so it seems like we've evened that out a little bit now.
Yep, my days can be pretty full getting from meeting to meeting. Okay, so at this time, next item is budget discussion. So FY 26, next year's budget.
Hey, do you mind switching,
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
ready with Edco? Cause I don't want a meeting at 7 if I can't go in person. And you know, like Thursday morning, I could be there in person.
So you want to do Edco proper?
Yeah,
I could do ready, that's fine.
sure. I just think it's so
Yep.
much better.
And I may be doing the same thing, dialing in or, trying to attend as
Yeah.
best I can.
Oh, good. I'm glad I asked you and you said yes. Thank you.
Okay, as I say, next agenda item. Budget.
And that'll be after February, because I said I told them I would. I've been engaged in the planning for the strategic planning, effort that's gonna happen in February, but after that.
That's fine.
I wrote it down.
Okay. Yeah. What is that budget?
I'll turn it over to our CFO and budget financial planning manager.
Great. First, good morning, commissioners. For the record, Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. Just want to provide a quick recap of where we've been and what brought us here to where we are today, just to remind ourselves, but also for anyone that's reading about where we've been in this process. Because it's been a journey already that we started. As mentioned previously, we've had a number of meetings, but administration and budget really started talking about fiscal year 26 in July. We started having meetings in July and August about, as soon as we adopted last year's budget, we knew we had to look at the fiscal year 26 budget. Then in September and October, we started meetings with other county offices and departments that received general fund support and were internal service fund users. So we laid out the general fund framework, the ISF framework, the general framework for the fiscal year 26 budget. Then we met with commissioners, and you might recall on December 2nd, 2024, we had a BOCC agenda item for the preliminary general fund budget discussion. We laid out the framework during that meeting, and the commissioners approved, at that time going forward. And Cam will go into detail with some of this stuff where we are today. But again, as a reminder, it was 3.3% limited growth for the general fund, and it was 8% growth for the internal service funds. And again, those are both receiving about 4 to 5% lower growth rates than they both funds have previously. Following up on that, on December 10th, we had the mid-year budget committee meeting. You might recall we talked about all the budget assumptions. We also talked about the framework with the budget committee and shared with them the plan that we have for fiscal year 26. We let them know that we have to save about 1.5 million in the general fund, and so 600,000 to 700,000 in the internal service funds. And then after receiving approval on the budget framework, departments started working on their budgets preliminary. Pam, our budget financial planning manager, did an excellent job providing all the calculations, looking at our long-term forecast, really setting the direction and the numbers of where we need to be for long-term financial sustainability. And with those numbers that were provided to departments. From that information, that's where we're at today. Departments had a chance to review their information, provide summary forms and detailed forms, and that's what brought us here to our discussion at the board retreat for the fiscal year 26. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cam, and she'll go over a lot of the details and the information that's in the packet. And again, it is available online as well.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, commissioners. Cam Sparks, budget manager for the record. Robert spoke to this, but we are bringing forth a limited growth framework for fiscal year 26 to address forecasted budget shortfall in the general fund. And we're implementing a strategic framework next fiscal year that's designed to reset the expenditure growth trajectory and achieve long-term structural balance within the general fund. And so this framework includes, as Robert mentioned, limited expenditure growth of 3.3% in the general fund, limited growth of 8% for internal service fund charges, and then reallocation of approximately 1 million in general fund non-departmental expenditures that the board previously approved. So limited growth, this framework does save the general fund $1.5 million annually. And these savings are really imperative in order to maintain or achieve financial sustainability within the general fund. So this limited growth framework does require most departments to identify budget savings in fiscal year 26. In that second slide in your packet, it lists the departments and that will need to find savings with an estimate. And again, these are still estimated numbers. These may change as departments really start developing their budgets in earnest later on in February and March. So we've asked departments to, based on these estimates, to provide preliminary strategies and concepts on how they would be able to meet these budget targets. And that's what's included in your packet today. Really, the majority of the departments can implement strategies to meet their target budgets without major impacts to service levels. You know, by trimming M&S, right sizing their budget, budgeting for vacancy savings, holding vacant positions open. Excuse me. However, both adult parole and probation and public health are facing larger budget shortfalls due to other funding gaps that aren't directly related to limited growth. And they will be addressing their strategies and concepts in more detail later on today at 10:30. We'll have health services, community justice, and the DA's office here to discuss their strategies in more detail. So really the goal of today is we're requesting feedback from the board to help inform the development of the fiscal year 26 budget. And I'm not going to go through the details of every single department. I'll just kind of give you a high level. And again, those three departments that I mentioned will be providing more detail shortly. So, so to achieve the estimated budget savings, several departments will reduce materials and services or capital expenditures and just generally right size their budgets. This includes administrative services, the clerk's office, the DA's office, including victims assistance, facilities, dog control, finance, tax, and property management. Additionally, the assessor, the clerk's office, the DA's office, along with victims assistance, finance, and public health will utilize some level of vacancy savings or hold vacant positions open in order to meet the budget targets. And then lastly, admin, adult parole, community juvenile justice, and public health will, in their proposals, have some level of FTE elimination. So in administrative services, there's that 0.5 FTE that's already been approved to be eliminated. CJJ in total between adult parole probation and community justice is proposing elimination of 4.75 FTE. In public health, I think the FTE elimination will depend on a couple of factors. How high they raise environmental health fees in fiscal year 26 and the county's contribution level. So the combination of those two, but they can speak to that in more detail. So unless you have specific questions on any of these departments, I wasn't going to provide any additional details and let public health, adult parole probation, and the DA's office address that.
So big picture, you know, Deschutes County's been in the enviable position of having resources to do our facilities and our capital planning needs over the years, which may be slipping away because of this also. So, you know, even though we're in a limited growth scenario, which kind of feels like it's going flat, basically there's big money that we're not able to spend in our future facilities. That's kind of part of this whole scenario too. So, you know, my point is, you know, we're focusing in on the very specific items, but there's a big chunk of the pie that's just disappeared, which is our future capital opportunities. As I say, took on money for the courthouse. I think the jail was $11 million back in the day. We were I think I don't forget what the number was we borrowed, but we had some cash and we borrowed some money, so, and then we've also paid off debt over a period of time, so there's not a lot of big debt associated with Deschutes County proper. But the cost of money is such that nothing makes sense for the capital out in the future too right now. I mean, any thoughts along those lines, Robert, if you can help? Because, just the maintenance, but also $80 million at the sheriff's facility is out in the horizon that we haven't committed to, but we know an estimate of.
Yeah, that's one thing. The general fund used to have a surplus, or the TRT fund, and so that money, as you stated, used to be transferred over to capital projects. Now with the funding levels we're at, the general fund will not be able to contribute any longer to the capital projects fund. So the only funding we have is the smaller remainder now in the TRT fund, pending, obviously more discussion in that area. So we will be limited in that. That actually just brings up another point. I just wanted to remind the board about our general financial policies that we have. And policy I think it's, let me make sure, yeah, F14 talks about the use of one-time revenues. So one-time revenues or resources shall not be used to fund ongoing operations unless it's in the context of a multi-year financial plan to balance expenditures and reserves. One-time revenues should not support ongoing personnel and operating costs. And use of one-time revenues is appropriate for non-recurring capital outlay, debt retirement, contribution to capital reserves or other non-recurring expenses. And also our other policy is use of unpredictable revenues. They should be used for more of those one-time things as opposed to ongoing. So I'll remind that to the budget committee also as we get into the budget discussions. It's because I think we've been privileged and fortunate to be able to plug some ongoing revenues or ongoing expenditures, ongoing services with some one-time funding. But as those one-time fundings are decreased or our surplus from the general fund is no longer there, that's where this year in the analysis Cammie's done, we really need to align our revenues with our expenditures and focus on the ongoing nature of it, not just patching gaps, because if we don't solve the ongoing issue, then the structural imbalance, then it will continue in future years as well.
And that feeds back into a credit rating and the big picture of the cost of money, debt service in the future, knowing if we do have our house in order, it's an easier path to either borrow money or do projects, one-time projects, knowing that we have our reoccurring expenses taken care of.
Absolutely.
In fact, the other pieces with the capital expenditures is that, of course, here at the road department, for example, they have their own independent funding sources. So as they look at expansion and or their master plan here, they'll have funding sources. The solid waste department, they have their funding sources. So there's still some projects that can go forward in the county that don't impact the general fund. And as we just heard at our department head meeting last week, we heard from the clerk, community development and solid waste is that construction activity, recording fees are all picking up. I don't want to look at this with rose colored glasses, but if we do begin to see more construction development activity in the county, then all of a sudden we can go from our current position to a better position rather quickly and over time, and especially if we can hold inflation in check with everything, materials and services and labor and everything else. All of a sudden, the picture can become much better. But we're just being realistic and not looking at right now ahead at rose-colored glasses. But things can change.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this is an annual process we will be doing, and we've talked about that before with the long-term forecast. Cam will update that annually as we go. So you're absolutely right. The economic situation could change by next year, and we'll see how that goes. But we don't know until that happens. We always look at the most current data that we have to make informed decisions on the budget, and that's what we're projecting at this point.
And making pretty conservative assumptions within the model as well.
So then comes to mind is the, fair master planning. I mean, that's, no matter what comes out of that, it's going to be like, well, if we had $100 million, we could go do this. And that's not part of the general fund proper, but that's just a community conversation too. I think of the You know, the library buildings that are being built now is countywide tax base that people voted for. But it's gonna be a tricky situation because there's gonna be all kinds of ideas at the fairgrounds and they're all gonna be expensive. Yeah. Just another variable that's out there.
And the fact that my property taxes have doubled in 10 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the appetite for adding more to our tax bills, I don't know that it's there.
What a special feeling.
Right, there's also a whole lot of work to be done to convert the jail from indirect supervision to direct supervision, which, you know, I know is a vision of Captain Schultz, which I think is a very solid policy approach to running the jail, but that would also cost some tens of millions of dollars.
Mhm. Yeah, we have a list of the near-term projects out there and bigger campus plan.
If people, you know, if departments want to see some of these projects happen, I think we do need to think about running discrete ballot measures to fund them. Because there is no, you know, we can't just build the fairgrounds out of the county general fund the way that they did however many decades ago.
Well, it was a
That's
bond
not an
measure.
option.
It was a bond
20-year
measure.
bond
They-
measure.
They promised the
Voted on by
people
the
that the
people.
kids, the
Yeah.
4-H programs are going to be top of the chain and they're not.
It was
So,
on the
yeah, we've got
text.
a lot of angry people out there for how our youth in Deschutes County have been treated. And, yeah,
Well, that's the way they did the last jail expansion. Yeah, and there's no room to do that.
Yeah.
At this point. So it's also, I mean, if you're going to pursue ballot measures, it's really important to plan those projects to connect back to the Fair and Expo Master Plan project. It's really important to plan those projects in a way that brings a lot of the community along with you along the way. That it needs to be a very public process, it needs to engage a lot of people so that when you get to the point where you're asking people to vote for, you know, to tax themselves extra, they'll understand why it's worth it.
you don't understand. Public trust has actually been hindered by what we have done for our 4-H kids. I hear it from people all the time. So it's going to take way more than engaging people. Public trust is really missing as far as that goes.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, no, I understand very well. I keep in pretty close touch with 4-H and Extension and other groups. But this is actually an opportunity to rebuild that trust, right? If people want certain separation of events and of space. Master planning is an opportunity to show people that we are going to take care of them for them.
So we've got community justice scheduled for 10:30, which is about 10:25 now, so
So can we take a
5-minute break? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much.
And
All in favor?
Yes.
Commissioners, just as you take a break, we do have good news that Sheriff Vanderkamp will join us at 1 o'clock today, right? So we did make that adjustment. Thank you to Whitney for coordinating that, and we will have the tour of the tower site over lunch. Somebody from 911 will come out and show us the site. It may just be a little bit of dirt and mud, but
yeah,
at least we can see it. And
But understanding how it's gonna fit into the
Exactly.
big picture, there's interesting stuff going on there too.
Right, thank
I
you.
don't know what the status is, I just know it's here somewhere. Yeah,
Great. Thank you.
we're gonna point to the ground and
Yeah.
talk about a future development.
Can I just ask this matrix, that our next item, I have two. And I know that there was a note that said this is a replacement, I'm not.
How do you tell
Paper
which
clips
way?
fell out, I don't know which is which.
We can, we'll put
I
the short one
know,
on
I
here.
know that
We wanted to do.
So, yeah, so let's just acknowledge, we just went off the mute here. We're at our retreat day. We're gonna switch around to go to health services update, discussion about the next year's fiscal year budget and we'll go from there. So yeah, you were gonna head something out. It's just,
Thank you.
we're online
Yeah.
too. So-
Yeah, sorry, Heather Kaiser, Deschutes County Public Health Deputy Director,
I'm Cheryl Smallman, the Business Officer for Health Services.
and Janice is on her way.
Okay,
So we thought we would, I'm not sure if you all have this yet, we just wanted to kind of put together a one pager for you, this is specific to public health. And then you have our limited growth. I'm not sure what all everyone has. Okay.
The summary and the expanded version.
Okay.
here's that.
Yeah, you're the
Oh.
first, so I just looked at the board that you guys would be going through the details of your strategy and.
Okay. Okay, so I know we presented back in December the environmental health discussion. And so we just kind of wanted to put together what we have been doing this year to really kind of offset our deficit that we knew we were going to be heading into. And so the top part kind of shows that the strategy that we're using within public health. And the second part of this is really looking at decisions that are made around environmental health will kind of affect if we need to find additional savings beyond what we've already found this year. And I do want to caveat that this is somewhat early in the budget process for us, and that a lot of our environmental health fees come in, excuse me, this month and next month. So I don't have like a full picture yet of what our final budget's going to be around that. So it was, we met as managers, public health managers. We had a retreat 2 weeks ago and really looked at our budget, what we know at to date, based on what Cheryl has given us, where we can find additional savings this fiscal year, heading into next fiscal year, where we can find additional savings in the next fiscal year. And so that's what you see up here on the limited growth strategy. Our target was $1.8 million. As you know, some things we've already done this year was closing our reproductive health clinic. We had a savings of around $520,000. We are planning on eliminating some vacant FTE. We already have done some of that. We are reducing our discretionary spending. And then especially our prevention team, but then our environmental health team as well, we're finding some new revenue through grants, as well as looking at increased revenue around potentially nurse home visiting strategies, MAC billing. So all of those kind of work, as I say, and I think I said it last year, we're really trying to squeeze the lemon as much as we can around public health, knowing that we're also losing some funding as well. So the big one that we are kind of still looking at is the environmental health fee discussion, which we talked about in December. And so we kind of listed our different scenarios here, most of which we already discussed with you all. But then also went ahead and took and looked at if we were to have a reduction in county investment, meaning that video lottery funding of $250,000, what would that need to look like as far as fees, increasing fees, and or finding additional savings within public health, which would mean needing to move county general fund from some program services to support that work in environmental health.
I do have a question. So you say vacant FTE, that we're talking one person?
We've had multiple. When we closed the clinic, there were
But
multiple.
you're only saving 200,000. The second item on yours, it says 10%.
Yeah, the one, we do have one that we are planning, one FTE at this point in time that we've designated to eliminate in the budget process.
Yeah, some of our, yes, the 520,000 savings from the clinic was some of the FTE as well.
Yep, that is about 3.3 FTE from the reproductive health clinic, and then the 10% specifically that Commissioner Adair, I think, is talking about is 1 FTE. And then additional fiscal year 25 expenses that were budgeted and intended, but we're going to withhold those things like travel, training, and some conferences that we're going to say, hey, let's not incur those expenses this year as a way to increase our beginning working capital in specific programs to help the need in fiscal year 26.
So is the total number of employees like 427 for the health, for the health department? Is that, I know we have a lot of vacancies, like 40.
We
But-
do have quite a few right now, yeah.
I mean,
I have
I
to
looked
double
it up
check,
the
but I
other
think
day.
it's 422.
And
422 now.
Public health is.
Okay, well, that was off the top of my head.
That was good.
Pretty good.
Well, I was
Yeah,
just
and
like, oh
what
my
is
gosh,
the-
we're
What
over
is the
400.
breakdown of public health? be?
Yeah, public health we're about 90, I think.
424.50.
424.5. Okay, so we're right in the middle, huh?
Yeah.
And one point of clarification, to make sure the limited growth strategy based on this process was $190,000, but the total funding gap is 1.8 million.
Mhm.
So I just wanted to clarify that the target was at 1.8 from the limited growth strategy. That is the total funding gap.
So yeah, Janice, we had scheduled community justice at 10:30 and then things had moved around or whatever had happened. And we just started behavioral health discussion, public health, I'm sorry. Public health side of the house discussion. So thank you for joining us.
Yes.
I hope you didn't get any speeding tickets.
I might have. I talked to a very nice road sign person and. figured out the details.
Not right now. Well, yeah, so we were just reviewing the introduction of this is that, policy for finances is not to invest one-time or variable dollars that are not general fund into some of these basic services like video lottery funds or transient room tax, so structurally, we should be aiming for more of a general fund specific investment. Obviously, our general fund is the very narrow path right now that's going to be for fiscal year 26. Do we have legislative support happening right now? Public health modernization, somebody with a big bill that's gonna come save the day? Because I gotta imagine we're probably ahead of most counties, out of 36. We're in the top tier of funding our public health, I think. I don't know if you think of it like that or not, but yeah, what does it look like for legislature or modernization?
I'm hopeful, however. As I think I mentioned on Friday, the governor's budget only has $2 million additional dollars for public health modernization grant. That's just a starting point. So I think we're advocating hard. We're gonna advocate hard. CLO is asking for a $25 million. And as I stated on Friday, if any additional dollars we get will go towards kind of those mandated programs and services for public health. It's not a priority.
At the state level,
At the state, as far as the governor's budget right now.
Not a
So we
priority.
won't know until about probably.
Yeah, later in the
July.
session, yep.
At 2 million, I would say it's not even a
That's
priority, it's
just
a
hold-
nothing. with
Yeah,
the
that's just
governor.
holding up, yeah.
2 million, please.
So I think it might actually be helpful to walk through kind of the lay of the land, because I don't know that we have any control over what the governor decides. to
Yeah,
fund
I
or not.
walked
We can
through it
advocate,
here.
you walk through this piece. And the hole that I think we would be needing to plug if there isn't any of these historical investments in public health is large enough that even with a governor's investment, we're not gonna be able to provide the services at the level and we may be looking at layoffs, depending on how deep the cut goes. So I think that's the piece we wanted to be really clear about with this group.
Well, and this is the input to kind of the proposed budget.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're doing today.
Yeah.
Just my mind jumps to other services here we could walk away from and have the state take responsibility for. And not that I want to go there, but I'm just thinking sometimes that's the case. We're doing it locally in response to state mandated services, trying to make ends meet. And may not have a partner at the state level financially. So are there any of these services that are?
That is what we did with reproductive health services.
Mhm.
I mean, to achieve a $520,000 savings, so. I mean, so just kind of in the big picture grand scheme. Public health has been doing that look, and that was the the lowest hanging fruit from that perspective to eliminate, to squeeze. I mean, we can ask for additional, but like it's important to recognize what has already been done.
Can
Well, I'm
ask
just
my-
saying, yeah, I mean,
Can I just ask Cheryl a quick question?
sure, as I say, this is just a high level discussion.
Yeah, what percent of the public health budget is county general or local funds funded, and what percent is funded by state dollars already? State and federal dollars, roughly.
Roughly local funds, so county general fund is about a third.
Yeah.
The other third is roughly would be like Medicaid and other revenue generation, so I'd have to look at that with reproductive health clinic
Going
removed, and the rest is state funding, state and federal.
So I just want to be setting the table around the partnership that we have had from the state, whether or not there's going to be additional partnership, I don't know, but it's not going to make a gap. So even with the reductions we've made.
Yeah, and I just say that in light of, as I say, 36 counties, some small struggling counties falling off the table right now.
Yeah.
Where Deschutes County just happens to be kind of right in the middle of everything, you know, because we are a big county and small county kind of at the same time. So yeah, I mean, what are counties doing that don't even have the opportunity to do this? That's what kind of, just the mindset of.
Yeah.
You know, is there something we could walk away from? Not that I want to, but you know, just that other people have had to walk away. And what does that look like? So we can go as far as we want today. I'm just asking.
I mean, so there's 2 counties in Oregon that gave up their public health and give it back to the state. I will say, it's challenging in those counties right now. Curry County is one of them, and Wallowa. And Curry, for this, that would mean the state would have authority and control within that county, and there's very basic minimum services.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, it just drops down to basic response probably is
Mhm.
all that would ever happen.
And then a lot of counties have done what we made the decision to do this year to close reproductive health services. So that's been, there are very few counties now that are actually offering that as a direct medical service by the health department. And that was one of the inputs into that decision.
You know, one thing I did coming in was really assess what programs and services we're providing, what could be provided within the community, hence the reproductive health clinic closure. We're also giving up our Ryan White case management program, and that's going to a community-based organization. We were one of the last to be doing that in the state. So I am really taking a look at what are those kind of core programs that we as a county need to be doing, and what are some other programs that could be even better served through community partnerships.
Was that HIV?
Case
Okay.
management.
Right, so
not
where
prevention.
did it go to then?
It's gonna be going to EOCIL. And I'm always referring.
Okay, what does that stand for? Yeah. Eastern Oregon.
Eastern Oregon.
Yes.
Council on Independent Living.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have a footprint around in Central Oregon, which is wonderful.
Okay.
And they
And so
run,
we don't have that many people, do we, in that program to begin with?
Clients or staff?
Clients. actually.
clients, we have, I don't quote me, I'm not sure how many, but I wanna say it's around 40 or so.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And right now we're Central Oregon, so we were providing that program and service with Crook and Jefferson as well. We were one of the last counties to still be providing it in EOCIL. They've been doing it for most of the Eastern Oregon counties at this point. So it's a really great partnership. And that was when I took a real hard look at of who else could do this and possibly do it better.
Well, there's some grant dollars that come through, because I know we received the state program elements or something for that. Is that following that program then?
Yeah, so we won't get the funds
Yep,
anymore.
understood.
And it was somewhat of a
Yeah.
wash.
Understood. Great. Well, so as I say, going into this year's budget, we've got your, scenarios here. Video lottery and our, traditional general fund support. Just kind of looking through what we have here right now.
So how many people were with that program?
With the Ryan White Case
Mm-hmm.
Management Program, Susan McCready has been a full-time case manager and she's retiring. So that will be a position we won't refill.
Won't refill.
So as I say, looking at the environmental health scenario A, flat, recommended increased fees, then we keep doing this, right, you know, so that's a restaurant inspections, what other fees are we talking?
Those would be all of the restaurant
Restaurant
inspections.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Were we already at the top? Stay? Yes.
Close to the top.
Yeah.
It depends on which category. but
Yeah,
close
there's
to the
different
top or at the
categories.
top.
But we did not,
amazing.
we were basically at the top.
But the fee increases we implemented last year for mobile food units, we were much lower than other counties, so. There are. Within our fee structure for environmental health, I think there are things where we're not the top. But there are certainly, you know, some categories where we're at the top scale, right?
Well, as I say, so this is a discussion stepping into a proposed budget this year and the scenarios. I don't know if we wanna take it any farther right now or just document the fact that we've taken presented.
And to clarify, this scenario would require 250,000 contribution, not necessarily from video lottery funds, but from some
Somewhere.
funding source.
Mhm.
It would require maintaining TRT at its current level and then making up the 250,000 that was removed in video lottery funds. And that still requires a 14% increase to cover mandated services. There may still be some.
It's just the increase in cost
Yeah.
too of indirects and. Mhm.
I mean, I guess I would say. The original the original intent behind video lottery funds was economic development. And this is one of the places where we most directly contribute to. Traded sector, leisure and hospitality businesses, restaurants, hotels, places like that. We are, by holding down fees for those entities, we are contributing to the original mission intent of video lottery funds. I don't see video lottery as an inappropriate place to make these investments. And I know that if we look at the amount of video lottery that's coming in on an annual basis, it's hard to fit $250,000 more. But one of the questions I wanted to ask was what our fund balance is for that program. I think my last recollection was we were carrying $1 million in there. And if that's the case, then while in the long run, we really need to square this all out. In the near term, you know, I don't think, I think that this scenario A is not a bad approach to just making it all work for this year.
Is it about $1 million comes in and we have,
Yeah.
just happen to have about $1 million
Just ask
reserve,
Pam
so we have one.
for
Oh, yeah, shoot.
but
I
we
don't know
got
what-
that.
That sounds right. We will confirm.
Which is good that we've been able to hold on to that annual balance, but that's about the revenue of the year too.
Yeah, typically, we've always held 1 year's worth
Yep.
so that if for some reason the revenue wasn't there, then we at least have 1 more year of distribution before changes need to be made. And that was the reasoning behind it. And again, just a reminder for the board at the December 2nd meeting, it was, I think, that was the meeting where for the general fund strategies, we talked about these funds would be used for debt service for the capital, the video lottery funds were redirected, and that's what created the gap here for all services with the video lottery. But it could come out of the other community portion of it, but it would reduce that size or the reserves as Commissioner Chang has proposed as well.
Yeah, we're cognizant that the board hasn't completed its video lottery allocation exercise for the coming fiscal year, but I think that initial proposal from staff was an attempt to hold the core county service contribution flat essentially. So that's kind of the driver for this discussion.
And so yes, there is approximately 1.1 million in reserves or contingency in the fund
And about that same amount every year annually.
in revenue, correct?
The other reminder I've just add is one of the elements of debt service that we propose sliding in does mature in 2028. So that's $220,000 of debt service. So it's just, it might be a helpful contextual piece in terms of how long the existing commitment would remain.
I think the other piece that is important for us in terms of public health is that when that decision was made, we had shared information historically about the impact of the reduction in those funds on environmental health. But for whatever reason, that information wasn't available when that decision was made. And so the information came later for the board to consider. And I just think it's important to know that we had provided it. It didn't necessarily land simultaneous to that decision. I think it was literally a miscommunication, not any intentional oversight, but there was important information about impacts that I think you didn't.
Well, so as I say, this is input to the budget, laying it out here. Do you want us to kind of make a decision here or just acknowledge what's going on or?
At this point, we just want to gather information and listen, and then we do have time set aside this afternoon if you want to provide direction at that point based on the framework that we proposed at the staff level at this point and the information we're gathering this morning from 3 departments.
I think the one other thing I want to add is Heather just completed a retreat with her managers. They were asked to look for savings across the board. I hope you know how seriously we take the situation that the county is in and how much energy her staff has put into identifying places to save, including not filling pretty critical positions and needed positions and figuring out how to sort of pull things in and tighten the belt, so to speak. So that is happening behind the scenes. That will go into and inform the budget that we prepare for all of you to consider. It just, even with all those savings, it doesn't make up a gap of this size in a pretty critical service. And so what I don't want you to hear is that we're not listening and not hearing the need and not planning very intensively internally on where we can save on the public health side in particular. And including, because of the shrinking in size, public health contribution to internal costs, meaning internal in our department, has shrunk. And that is part of the savings, which means a greater burden is on behavioral health, which frankly has a larger portion of the budget. So all those things are going into the mix. Just so you hear our work, which is often like scratch paper and you don't get to see, but it's happening.
Well, and there's absolute appreciation for the work being done and the decisions being made going into a budget. This is that narrow path scenario that we haven't had to deal with. I mean, I'm just thinking for 15 years I've been involved, it's never been like this. It's and as I say, it fits back to the capital. We're lost all the fat even being able to invest in the next capital and some of the big picture items countywide. So this is that narrow path right now. I do come to the conclusion that generally, video lottery support for that economic activity. So I'm not opposed to that same conclusion that Commissioner Chang came to, just laying that out.
I mean, if we could pose that as a 1-year solution. And I mean, I know that there's been a lot of hard work this year. Outsourcing Brian White, reproductive health clinic decision. And I mean, if we think of this as a 1-year measure, maybe we'll be in a better place, at the end of this year. Maybe some of that public health modernization money will come through it. Other things could happen, but otherwise, if we think of this as a 1-year decision, it gives time to plan for a little bit more belt tightening next year, which instead of having to do it all at once right now. It's like if that's the way I would pitch the, covering the 250 from the reserve for lottery funds this year.
But I wouldn't think we were setting up for belt tightening next year. Hopefully, we're setting up for rate sizing. It's kind of the scenario that I'd be looking for, but that's a legislative partnership and cost of doing business and PERS overhead. There's all kinds of the reasons that we're in this spot.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else on public health? I'm just moving us along here.
Thank
Well,
you.
and thank you. We've already had a meeting on this previously, and this is the input to the budget right now, so. We'll take this. And, go with it. Thank you.
You're good.
Behavioral health.
I was gonna say, do you want to call these here?
Yeah.
It's not one of the areas identified.
Oh,
for,
I see. Okay.
but it's still an opportunity if you wish to have a discussion with behavioral health and.
Okay, so yeah. So for health services, public health, which is the topic that we've known about, it's very mature. But yeah, let's take a few moments for behavioral health, just kind of big picture, I guess. This is our retreat day, thinking about the big moving parts, the other, 375 or whatever the number is.
Well, there's admin division in there too, so it's about 200 and.
Oh, yeah.
About 279.
279, okay.
Roughly. I don't have anything prepared because I wasn't.
Oh, not a
yeah,
problem.
So just.
You weren't asked to.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Um,
But if you have questions for us, we're happy to answer.
I think of, billing, Medicaid, Medicare billing, revenue. There is money that's, there now. So what does that look like in the near future? Because very different scenario from public health to behavioral health. Any insight into what does the billing scenarios look like in the next? I don't know, I mean,
Yeah, we're
or is
always.
it just a wide open variable you don't know?
Well, no, we're always doing work to make sure we are capturing every billable service that we can possibly capture. And that's tricky and sometimes in the work that we do, very community based, often people that are not necessarily enrolled in services that we're still supporting. So always trying to find the ways that we can still capture that revenue in any way we can. We're about to undergo some massive work with an organization that we're contracting with to really take a hard look at every piece of our work, every piece of behavioral health and where we are missing things, where we can, get some efficiencies, how we can do it better. So that work is just got kicked off last week and we'll be going over it the next about 4 months or so. So really excited to see what comes of that. It's a national organization that's done this type of work across the country. So we're excited to learn what we can.
What's the name of the organization?
Called MTM, Maximize, Transform, and Measure, Maximize, Transform. And they're a consulting firm that has done work with counties and federal agencies, and they really do a deep dive into all parts of your organization to improve processes so that you can capture more revenue and do it more efficiently.
So CCBHC, is that
Yeah.
still the terminology of the day these days?
Absolutely. It's how we
Yeah, okay, so that's still kind of the umbrella term.
and those billable services, like capturing that is what helps us generate that additional RAP payment. So that is ultimately what is, keeping us able to provide the robust amount of services that we're able to. Without CCBHC, we'd be in a lot of trouble.
So are we working in the jail?
Yes, we do. We do enrich into the jail all the time.
We've been doing
Oh,
it
yeah,
for
for
10
years and
years.
years. Yeah, we
Really?
work very closely with the jail. They have their own behavioral health staff, but for people that need to be enrolled with us and that we're doing our forensic diversion team that we've had for 10 years, they've been going into the jail since we started that program.
Is there a question?
No. I'm just gonna go back to my source.
Okay. So we're pretty truthful and we've been working in the jail for 10 years and having people go in, help people connect with services, maintain people that we know really well that have cycled in and out of the jail. You'll remember that we've reported on forensic diversion, which has been one of our in-reach into the jail programs and has had 60% reductions in cycling back through jails for people that are engaged in services. So it's been one of the most effective forensic diversion programs in the state.
And our crisis team goes in there quite regularly as well. And being next door to it at the stabilization center, there's an enormous amount of crossover from people coming in and out of jail. That the deputies walk folks over to the stabilization center
All
on their
the time.
release
Yeah.
regularly. So
So how many people did we see in 24 and with the stabilization center? Do you have any idea?
Gosh, I used to have these numbers.
I know, you
Real
always have
rattle,
them
I
in
know,
your-
I think it was, we're regularly,
more?
it was about, I wanna, shouldn't give you a specific number, but it's probably around 2,300 we saw last year.
Was it more than the prior year?
It's been more
It's
each
been more
year.
each year, I'll have to go back, I'd have to go back and
Is
confirm
it
that.
still 3% Crook County?
Yeah, those numbers have all stayed consistent, yeah, 3% Cook County, 1% Jefferson County. Not a lot of those numbers haven't changed, still getting law enforcement in and out of the building in less than 5 minutes. But all of that is pretty much remained consistent, and we're seeing, about 200-ish people a month, like new people.
And just,
Well,
sorry.
While we're talking about the stabilization center and crisis services, I do want to say, in reading through the limited growth strategy for the page for the behavioral health division, I really appreciate that basically what you're doing, you have no concerns about being able to meet the target, your limited growth target. And I was saddened that what we had to do to get there was ratchet down on general fund support for crisis services staff. I appreciate that, from budgetary perspective, though, I very much appreciate it. But from a service delivery perspective, it saddens me. One of the reasons it saddens me is because, in the long term, I really do think we need to diversify away from state, high dependency on state funding for crisis services. And if the county itself is not contributing general fund dollars to crisis services, it makes it really hard for us to ask police departments, the hospital, and other community partners to help me out. So while this was very necessary for us to do from a budgetary perspective, I really appreciate behavioral health taking that on. I want to express to my fellow commissioners that we're going in the wrong direction if we really want to build a stable, long-term local funding partnership for the Stabilization Center and Crisis Services.
So I just want to back up a little bit. You asked about the overall lay of the land, and since this is my last year.
Let it fly.
No, this is not a let it fly. This is sort of a big picture. So a couple things to think about that I would just want to leave with you, with Holly, with Cheryl, is this. Last year and the year before, there was a significant investment in behavioral health. There was a 30% increase in revenue to CCOs in order to increase reimbursement rates for behavioral health. Because we're a CCBHC, it kind of came out even, because remember the way CCBHC works is that RAP payment pays for any of your costs that wasn't covered on a Medicaid claim. So very complicated relationship, but it sort of came out even. Nevertheless, we are doing quite well right now. We are projected to generate $9 million going forward in CCBHC revenue, which is what's making up our gap every year so far. The other thing that is happening in terms of our partnership with the state, which I know you're really curious about, is that some of the services we provide are not billable because they're provided before we have an open case, right, with an assessment. And that's because we're serving people out in the community, in jails. Soon that will change when Medicaid will cover people that are in jail, but that's not happening right now. And because of that, the Oregon Health Authority has been working very closely with community mental health program directors to cost out some of these mandated services that we can't get reimbursed for easily through Medicaid dollars. That is another hope on the horizon. If they actually even come within 80% of what it costs, we'll be doing better than we're doing now. We are probably getting half or a third of what's needed. Cheryl can correct my math. She's always good at that. To actually cover those services through the funding stream. So they are working with us in good faith to cost those services out. And we imagine there will be some additional investment, and that's related to the legislative actions that we brought to you in the legislative meeting on Friday. So those are things to keep an eye on. The only other thing I would say is that, what is going to happen at the federal level with respect to grants is anyone's guess at this moment. Things are changing, however you want to think about that. And CCBHC is a critical way we've funded critical services to the most at risk, highest need, most mentally ill, most addicted individuals in our community. If it goes away, or if it's in some way altered, it will affect our community. So keep an eye on that, please, on behalf of the people we serve.
So yeah, we're managing people in the community, and that's been a philosophy since 1963 or whatever it is. I understand that big picture. One of the things I think of should Deschutes County proper be thinking about building another facilities, Deschutes Recovery Center, we're talking about the, juvenile respite and response center, and I mean,
We are building them.
SRTF
The SRTF.
under
but
works.
how much, how, as I say, how much of that is the priority for us to do that locally relative to the big picture, as in, did the state ever say, oh, we're gonna do that someday, and it hasn't happened, or, because, I mean, that's how we built our first Deschutes Recovery Center, is we had to do it locally, and we're still paying on debt on that. I don't know if it's the right thing, the wrong thing, or there's a partnership there. So any thoughts along those lines?
Well, the state is working to actually, they're looking at what the resources are across the state, and I think they're hoping to have some investments to be able to develop secure residential treatment facilities, residential treatment homes, adult foster homes in areas that do not have enough capacity. And the state can take a while. It can take a while to do those costing out, to the mapping of it all, and then actually get the thing built. So we often, because the need is critical and it's now, if we find opportunities without waiting for the state, we take them. And like this SRTF, we did actually, the state gave us $2 million, and it was done just really by us telling the state that we needed this resource yesterday. And there's no, that was 2 million.
Yeah.
It was two.
Yeah, this one's 2, and it was, we needed this resource yesterday, and that they needed to help contribute, and they found some money, and they gave it to us. It wasn't even done via like an RFP, it was really done from advocacy.
And the folks that we are partnered with in building it, they are covering much of the cost of building it because they believe that it is a way that they can generate revenue.
Billable, yeah,
So
same situation, billable.
we've actually not had to invest as much as we would have had we done it on our own, probably a fraction.
Oh,
I mean, it's like a tiny bucket, drop in the bucket.
And our experience over these many years is that we couldn't do it on our own. I mean,
right, we can't.
we
yeah,
were
it's just-
holding, what was it, 4 million from the state for years and years and years,
Hey,
but that was
well, they were gonna get
it
to
was
it
nowhere near enough.
Yeah.
For, to get it over the top. So I mean,
These are very-
in contrast to the recovery center, I mean, there's no county debt in this SRTF. That's gonna be,
Zero.
that's gonna go up in Redmond.
And-
It's, the state only had to come up with $2 million, in the end, and I think there's not county dollars in that.
Yeah. No, and we're, of course, the child psych facility is the other big project that we are, whether it's state helping us do it, whether it's through legislation, whether it's us locally figuring it out, at the end of the day, we need the resource. So we're gonna go whichever the fastest route is. To get that done.
And I'd add Holly is still working with properties and with facilities on the adult foster homes. 2 of them, one for people with serious mental illness and intellectual and developmental disabilities, which are incredibly difficult to house and land in the jail regularly and are very hard to serve. And a regular adult foster home for people with long-term mental illness. So yes, there are people who, in spite of everything we do in the community to wrap services around them, need long-term permanent supportive housing, and having another 12-bed SRTF and 2 adult foster homes will make a dent. 16 beds, sorry, 16 beds.
16,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's the limit.
I get confused with Sageview and
So you just said makes a dent. So as I said, I guess I asked this question on Friday during the legislative thing. What's the goal? If for per 100,000 people, do we want 10, 20, 50, 100 beds? So, and there's a whole spectrum of things we're serving there too. So yes, we're working hard on getting the next facility, but do we need 4 more after that? That's all I was trying to think.
There is
Or
actually
would
a
have been better.
report, there is actually a report that the OHA created a couple years ago on the need for substance use beds, residential beds. So there may actually be a goalpost. We can try to hunt that down. It's a little outdated now, but it's less than 2 years old.
And it's been tricky just because we've been so behind in the resource. I mean, where our county has grown tremendously, we've still kept the same amount of resources, so just catching up still right now. And so this is going to help tremendously by adding 16-bed SRTF, adding 2 5-bed AFHs. And if we get the child psych facility, then however many beds, I don't have a number on that yet.
It was more than 5 or 6
More than
because
5
that
or
was
6,
ridiculous.
More than 5 or 6. And so if the adding those, we will feel that locally.
Yeah.
We will absolutely feel that.
Well, and then always the Horizon probably need the next one too.
Yes.
That's-
We're always
that's where I was
looking
going.
For the next one.
Yeah.
I mean, but think about it, Pendleton closed in 14 and that was 550 beds at one point in time.
Right.
So we are, the 16 thing is really teeny. And legally, I think we can do more than 16 beds as long as they're like on a different lot or something.
It's
There is the
90
legal-
rule, yeah.
Right,
that I-
there is a way to do it. So,
Great. Anything else? Thank you. Yeah.
wasn't it fun? Now you're done.
We're done.
Yay.
Glad I got here early.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. Bye.
So yeah, community justice, thank you very much.
Give all the engineers.
Ready for it?
Yep. Yep.
I deeply apologize if some
Oh, no,
communication went
no
out, but
No,
it's on
you.
okay,
Not a problem.
no problem,
We're flexible.
as are we. Okay, so we have submitted our limited growth strategy document. I can either walk through that at a higher level or in detail if you'd like, or we can just start off with any questions, observations, impressions that you all have for us.
Is this the big picture, community justice or juvenile or adult? How do we think of it?
We submitted one for
Yeah, so we're
juvenile
gonna do one and then.
for probation.
Yes.
Yeah, very different scenarios, so they really are two quite different. So what's your preference?
Well, let's say, so this is retreat day, we're working on, this will be, the discussion we've worked ongoing, but input to the 26 budget. But yeah, let's just work on for adult and then juvenile.
Okay, so how about I just walk through kind of at a higher level? So with the 3.3% growth cap, we determined that we need, I think, about 355,000 in savings for FY 26. And we achieved that. Our proposed plan to achieve that is actually to eliminate 3 FTE that we have been holding open for the whole year, kind of in anticipation when we began to see the projections last year in the event that we might need to do this. So those, it's 3 FTE out of a total of about 50, so it's not an insignificant cut. It's really disappointing, but we have managed over the past year to figure out if that was doable. Is that possible? Can we still keep our mandate, do what we need to do? And I think we have. Those are 2 community service specialist positions, so dedicated only to community service, and 1 community justice officer. I can talk to you about how we've managed that, but the name of the game is kind of flexibility. Our juvenile population has kind of leveled out after big, huge decline during the pandemic, like most law enforcement. So we're kind of evened out. It's still lower than pre-pandemic. So it is a little bit lower, right? So that FTE load that we had was pre-pandemic. So I think it's doable. It's fair to say that we could do that. We've cut the fat a little bit. It has changed things, but like I said, flexibility is where it's at. We have staff that are now fulfilling roles in different positions, different functions, not positions. So just as an example, a community justice officer could help take a shift in detention, which they have because they were trained in detention. Or they're going to go out and take either an overtime shift or flex their schedule to do a community service day for youth who need to do a community service crew. So the silver lining to that is that we're kind of a little more integrated. We're doing what we need to do to get our job done. Looking ahead, who knows? Like I said, I feel like with that trims the fat and we're kind of pretty lean. But we're happy to do that, happy to support the county's growth cap at this time.
Well, it kind of sums up the whole big picture there.
So on this memo that we got, it said to eliminate one in juvenile, and then on the other one, it said eliminate 1.75. So do you actually change that to 3 then? And then it said hold 3 vacant.
So for juvenile, it's eliminating 3 positions on the juvenile side, and then on the adult side, it's holding 1.7, eliminating 1.75 and then holding 3 vacant.
Okay,
So juveniles, 3 eliminate 3.0 FTE elimination.
okay.
Parole and probation, which is just, I know you probably know this already, but the juvenile division is 90% funded by general fund. And that's because in Oregon statute, it's a county obligation. Parole and probation, of course, we all work through a devolved kind of devolution, is that what it's called? Where the state provides a contract to the county to provide services. So that's like 90% state funded on the adult side. So it's a mirror image of each other. Which is why you see the much bigger immediate impact for juvenile in order to reach the county's 3.3% goals for FY26 on the juvenile side. Now, shifting a little bit to the adult side, yeah, the idea is to eliminate 1.75, which we have also held open for some period of time, and to hold open other vacancies. I will say state budget, we're very, very early in the legislative session. That is something though, on those Friday legislative meetings, I want to be keeping y'all up to date on. The state corrections budget is not, I would say, letter A priority, for the governor. We got behavioral health, we got housing, transportation, wildfire, all the things. Any cuts there, we will be having to look at some serious changes in the adult probation side. And that's because general fund only accounts for about 5%, I believe, of that budget.
What did it look like in the governor's recommended budget for?
The governor's recommended budget had an increase to Department of Corrections by 20 million.
Yeah.
20 million, which would go far for us. Depending on who you're talking to at this stage of the game, depends on whether that's the top mark that we're aiming for, or we're gonna be able to go higher. But I think that's.
So do you know what's going on at Deer Ridge? Is half of it still empty like it was when I was there last?
I believe so.
And because the one that was being used went up to like 1,000, I believe, last time I took a tour.
Mhm.
But their program there with the welding program, and I know CMCC is really there. Is anything good happening with funding there to get those programs going
Yeah,
to eliminate recidivism?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, where does that money come from?
That also comes from Department of Corrections, but it's on their institutions side. So we're the parole and probation is on the community supervision side. So I'm actually not aware of any significant shifts or trends or what's going on there. I'd be happy to look into it.
No, and I was just wondering, have you guys had anybody come from Deer Ridge then with that welding background and that they've been through your program? Have you heard of anyone? I mean, I'm just wondering where they go after they leave there. Do you know? Charlie?
I have not heard.
I have not heard of anyone specifically that come from that program, but next time we're going to meet with POs, we're going to ask and see if anyone has any that we know that are specifically from that program.
Because I mean, if there's like 1,000 people there now, I just think the more they can do to help train people to walk out the door and get a really well-paying job is so important. So I just thought it was, and the men that were in that program really appreciated. I think it gave them new pride and, like they actually could see a future. So I would think they would, be somebody that you would love working with. Yeah. So well, maybe you guys can help get that program going bigger. I know, just what you want, right?
If I could circle back to my question about the governor's recommended budget and that 20 million increase. So you're projecting now an overall $600,000 total funding cap. Is that based on status quo for state funding? Or, how could the 20 million that the governor's proposed affect that 600 number for a 600K number for us?
I don't know if it would eliminate it entirely. I don't
But
think
it would
it
help.
would. It would close the gap significantly.
And
And
the cost study that they're proposing actually is higher than that, than the governor's recommended budget. It's like an $18 figure per person, and that would actually even go up a little higher than the governor's recommended budget, and that's based on the cost study that was done last year for supervising individuals in the community, what it costs to actually do that versus having them in a facility.
But, and just for scale, that actual cost study would have given corrections 60 million more. So the governor
Rounded down.
recommended came to 20.
Yeah, I see. Okay, that puts in perspective.
Right. So the hope is that we can push that up a little bit, but again, just watch what. Hence the conservative approach to keep those vacancies
Yeah.
open.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you know, we need to make these decisions now, and if
But, you
you,
know,
if you. You know, if the funds come through, then you still have the positions that you've been holding vacant, and you can make some other choices then, right? Is there a bill, like, you know, or is there a specific bill or, you know, a specific legislative champion who's kind of moving this?
the funding bill on
Yeah.
renovation.
Yeah,
I just asked Doug if we had a placeholder billing yet. Do you know, anybody know? If we do yet, I don't know if there must be. I think all the departments must have it.
There has to be.
Yeah, I am not sure what it is yet, but I think we need to move on that. And, you know, we work kind of in concert with the Corrections Association directors, Corrections Directors Association. But of course, county is its own entity as well. So I'm absolutely sure 100% will be asking for a letter of support and or testimonies, that kind of thing.
and what committee does, I mean, the dollars that comes through Ways and Means, but like what?
Judiciary.
Judiciary, okay, well, we know somebody
We
who's,
do.
yeah.
We do, and Rep Crop is supportive and also has priorities that may not have put corrections to top. He's you know, very well versed and really knows what goes on in corrections, which is really, really helpful when we're chatting with him and talking, trying to advocate. And he's really, really supportive of the services side of our model, which is, you know, sanctions, supervision, and services. He really wants to hear about what we're doing to help stabilize people, get them out of the system for good programs like you're talking about, jobs and that kind of thing. So that's an interesting thing when we need to preserve funding to do that exact kind of work with that population, because they tend to be a harder population to employ, to house. Sometimes their job skills, their life skills are not quite up to what we would consider, you know, the average snuff. And so people lose their jobs more quickly, right? Have a hard time getting housing due to their criminal background. So we need money that's dedicated to support folks who we understand that way.
I thought COCC was doing life skills too, though. I believe I met someone that was working there. Because they were going to expand into that. I think that's so important.
Yeah.
So when's Jelly Roll gonna come and sing it? No, I meant, when I saw that, I just thought, because he said it was such a dark period in his life. And to have somebody like that go in and, you know, you never know what's gonna catch somebody's heart.
Yeah, no, everyone has their time and place moment when things change.
Yeah, so anyway, okay.
Thank you.
So for juvenile, is there any big home run type changes that could or should happen there someday? I was thinking, we got about 3 to 5 kids coming and going. 24-hour operations, the model built from years ago, big dollars.
Yeah.
You know, we want to do what's best for the kids. I was there in that tour recently, and the one youth was just, yeah, not in a good spot, obviously, but that we're spending a lot of money for a small amount. As I say, I just struggle with that a little bit. Is there?
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair question. Without a doubt, we have already begun looking at operations and looking ahead past 26 or into 26. I know we'll be coming back to you with some different ideas, or maybe back to the community with some different ideas on that. It's a very legit question. Ultimately, it comes down to our risk tolerance, you know, what we want in terms of local resources, what's the best way to help young people and their families, you know, who are in that spot. Is it sending them away?
No
over 80
record,
miles?
yeah.
Is, you know, those are some really hard decisions for sure. So we'll work very methodically, very slowly, but without a doubt, we'll be looking at detention operations.
Well, and then yeah, the partnership with neighboring counties, making sure that, is there a way to optimize that too? Cause it's a heavy subject. I mean, I understand that, what we're talking about here. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some tough choices we can make together to optimize these things. As I say, I'm just thinking of neighboring counties and what they might want to do too.
Are they there? Do Kirk and Jefferson use ours?
Absolutely.
They do, and we charge them.
Yes.
Okay, what's it cost a day?
150.
That's 180 now.
Wow.
That's why he's here.
What's now?
35 makes a difference, but it doesn't.
But I mean, yeah, that regional, because I know that the Norcor facilities, multi-counties, and they did their thing, which is what hours away from here. But is there a way for us to either be more regional or partner somewhere else to help? Yeah.
And certainly, I don't know the ins and outs of Norcor or any other detention facility specifically, so I'm not speaking with any extra knowledge on this, but every single provider of juvenile detention services is having this exact conversation because the trend for detaining youth is much downward decline.
Well, and there's what, 6 little rooms over by the courthouse. That was the originally juvenile facility, and that I'm just thinking the big picture. I mean, yeah, maybe are we too big for what we're doing? That's, yeah, I guess. And I don't mind asking that question, thinking out, is there a way to do some of that?
Fair question.
So what about, would Klamath County, do they have a facility there? I mean, is it something that we could, is it actually covering the costs at 180? Could we offer to other people?
180 does not cover the cost.
Okay.
Klamath
there
does
are-
have their own facility.
What now?
Klamath does have their own facility, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we're right at the same price point as Norcor. And because Jefferson and Crook have certain youth, they do take to Norcor rather than
Right.
us, so we try to stay right at that same rate as Norcor was when we made that initial change.
We're trying to be at the market rate instead of the cost of doing service. See, I mean, it's just like these little
I mean,
disconnects.
Does that make sense? I mean, if $180 is not enough to cover our costs, shouldn't it, I mean. Like, do we need that volume to? You know,
Yeah, I
to
think
to
so
have
volume
one
or bad there.
all of that is,
Or-
Yeah.
all of that is definitely on the table. And maybe I'll just say, on the juvenile side, one area for additional resources, alternative resources that we are very hopeful about is actually moving into Medicaid billable space for our behavioral health professionals. We provide functional family therapy out of the juvenile department, which we have for about 15 years. But that's been through state grants or a little bit of general fund. We'd love, that is actually billable. I don't think it's 100% sustainable, but it would go a huge way. And as you know, we've also been actively seeking Medicaid billable status for substance use treatment for juveniles who are involved with the justice system. So we are continuing to work on that. It's a little hard to know now how much that might generate for the conversation y'all just had. Really appreciative of health services for their help in navigating this, but that's something we're really also looking at. Balance it out.
Well, thanks for the staff to be flexible, as you say, so shifts are being covered and caseloads being covered. We're publishing our narrow path for budgeting this next year, and you can be able to live within it. So thank you very much for that.
Absolutely.
A quick comment if I may, going through these scenarios is a lot of work for all the departments, but I just want to commend both Trevor and Dee Dee on their work. Even when we were doing last year's budget, fiscal year 25, preparing for that, they were already thinking ahead. So I just want to thank you for both of you for the work that you've done and coming up with your scenarios, but also the foresight for looking ahead and holding positions open. Obviously, some other departments have done that as well, but you've been on the forefront being able to work within your budget and making changes as needed. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you guys for coming.
It appears, commissioners, that we have this other district attorney's team to be here in about 7 minutes, about 11:45. Is that about right? So we can either take up any other matter, or we can take a break for 7 minutes, meet with them. And then after that, we'll have lunch and have a tour before we meet with the sheriff at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, take a break for 5 minutes, and reconvene.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So this is our annual retreat day. Thank you very much for joining us. District attorney discussion about the office and we're setting up for our 26 budget. So thanks for joining us. I don't know if we want to take it any farther. How do we proceed here with?
So
Growth
this morning
strategies,
with
yeah.
department, we just invited departments in, obviously the 3 departments that are having funding gap issues or having some other challenges, implementing the limited growth strategies, limited 3.3% was just an opportunity for the DA's office if you want to speak to the recommendations that you put forward of how you can meet that, and then any effects or impacts that are a result of that as well, or anything else you want to talk about.
Okay, thank you. So Jessica Chandler is the business manager for the district attorney's office, and she put together the documents that were submitted to you for your review. And so kind of in terms of setting the backdrop to all this, the county and DA's office entered into a contract in 2020 with the Prosecutor Center for Excellence to evaluate our office and determine what the DA's office in Deschutes County would need at that time and going forward. They recommended at that time that we had 4 deputy DAs, and in 2021 we added 2 deputy DAs. In 2022 and 2023, no deputy DAs were added. I didn't request one in 23. In 24, I requested an additional deputy DA to try fiscal year 25, right?
Yeah.
Fiscal year 25. And that request was denied, but with a proviso that we could come back in the middle of the year and request that position if we still believed we needed it. So that's the kind of the backdrop from my point of view for all this. In the last, since 2020, we in this community have seen a really grotesque increase in the number of murders, homicides that have been committed. And our office is at the point of the spear on those cases, the prosecution of those cases. We take them and prosecute them from beginning to end, and beginning means at the crime scene when it happens, and working with police on search warrants, staying out all night, working with them until the investigation is underway, continuing to work with them for weeks at a time. And then finally, when the case can be brought to the criminal justice system, the courts, we receive all the police reports, we file the criminal cases, we take them through the process all the way to trial or to a guilty plea and to sentencing. So just in the last 2 months, since late November, we've had in Deschutes County, we've had 4 murders. Okay. In each of those cases, the DA's office has been involved from the beginning. We've had senior attorneys out with law enforcement at the crime scenes, working with them on search warrants, doing all of those things to develop those investigations in those cases. So that's all of our lead attorneys, all of our supervisors, including me, out working with law enforcement to work up these cases. And the ideal for a DA's office is you don't have the DA out working with the police. You have more deputy DAs to handle those investigations, to work the case, to go to trial. But we don't have that luxury here because we are so buried with those high-end cases that we can't do that. So I went out on the last one Mary Anderson has gone out. Aaron Brenneman has gone out, Stacy Neal has gone out, Matt Nelson, Andrew Doyle, the people who are leads and supervisors on these cases. To handle the cases, as the people in the org chart, the people below that are buried with cases. And so here we come to kind of the crux of the issue. The budget reduction strategies that Jessica provided to you are, would cover what you're asking us to cut. But it will cause additional strain on our office. Our office is already strained by what I just described. And that doesn't even begin to, the murders aren't the only class of cases where we're having difficulty covering cases due to experience and enough attorneys to handle those kinds of cases. For example, one of the supervisors on the murder, the first murder in December, spent probably 40 hours working with law enforcement on that in the first 2 weeks, while she was getting ready to handle a huge motion hearing on a defendant who was charged 6 years ago with multiple child molestation and child pornography charges. And that case has been dragging on because of that person's intransigence to get the case moving. And so it just kind of buries a DA's office when those kinds of things happen, and when more severe cases get piled on. The proposal is that we have a 0.25 FTE deputy DA 2 position left vacant. That deputy DA is a 0.75. Those are the hours that work for her. She's very valuable to our office because of the kind of work she does, and that's a good position. A good place for us to be with her. There's a victim advocate vacancy that will provide significant savings. If we have a legal assistant leave the office, our proposal is to allow that position to remain vacant for vacancy savings. And the materials and services reductions that Jessica notes would be very difficult for us. When you have high-end cases, you need, for example, expert witnesses. You need, in some cases, to do media scans where if the defense is asking for a change of venue, for example, you engage a company to review media and conduct polling to determine what effect any local media has had on a fair and unbiased jury. And we've done that in several cases. The Kaylee Sawyer case is one where we had to do that to avoid the situation where we would have to move our case to another county, which would also be very expensive to bring all of the witnesses from here to there. So those are the things we're looking at as possible solutions. And I would say that this will cause additional strain on our office. I want to be a team player and say, if we as a county need to make those reductions, then we're part of the county government. That's where our funding comes from, and we will do what we can to accommodate that. My fear is that the ball will get dropped on some of these cases. If we, for example, don't have a legal assistant, the same number of legal assistants, there's a potential that we miss discovery deadlines, that we miss providing discovery to the defense that is sitting in our folders, that because of the busyness of our office, somebody misses. Those are always potential. When you cut staff, it increases the potential, increases the likelihood that happens. And so these are all problems that I see. In my job, I see problems. That's kind of what I'm paid to do, is to see problems before they happen. And these are problems that I see coming if we cut staff, but like I said, we will do our very best. The attorneys, I can tell you, if we move into furloughs or something like that, or hour cuts, as the county has done in the far past, if we get cut down to 32 hours a week or whatever it is, the attorneys are still going to be working 50, 60 hours. It doesn't matter, because we have an ethical obligation, and we understand that that's our duty, is to see these cases through. But it's going to cause difficulties for our office if these cuts happen. And ultimately, that's going to be detrimental to public safety if we do drop the ball. Go forward.
Well, thank you very much for, kind of that sobering view of how to keep the throughput going. I think of the report you're referring to, Prosecutor Center of Excellence, and wanted to add the next folks, and it is absolutely okay. Let's have this discussion every year as things are happening. Have you been in a comfortable spot to spend up to your 100% of budget, or how hard is that? I don't know. Does that happen where does that happen? At like the end of a fiscal year, do you ever have to start making decisions about just the existing budget? Getting to what's allocated?
Well, and Jessica can speak to the history of the spending and the underspending. I think we've been good about returning money to the county when we have it.
Yeah, there's been years that we're very close to the 100%. I think, I believe it was FY 24, maybe it was 25, where we spent 100% of the budget. And then there's times where, there was a lot of turnover, vacancy savings. There's times where we don't need the expert witnesses and the, case type of expenditures that we typically see. We don't see as big of a hit, and so it's not that big of a deal, but it's like a moving target where it's, depending on when certain things fall in a case, what expenditures will need to be spending. So there's been times where we've been able to give 300,000 back and so on and so forth. And there's been times where, we've maybe gone a little over by 20,000 or whatnot. So it really just depends on what's going on within the year regarding vacancy savings and what expenditures that we see that are connected to cases.
And that's truly general fund, kind of resetting each year. There's not like a beginning working capital situation or anything like that. Yeah.
And we don't have the philosophy of when we get to April and May, let's spend it. Let's get everybody new nice chairs and
Post-it notes for everybody. Yes.
so we return the money. We don't have to spend it to spend it.
My wife worked at National Park. There was a joke about the Post-it notes. There's like huge order of Post-it notes.
So you said 4 murders, and I just realized we're still in January.
4 murders since the end of November. So the last
End of
2 months.
November.
Yeah.
4 murders. How many murders do you know that we had in 24?
5.
5 in the whole year, but we've had 4. Okay. All right. How many of those 4 were in 24 then? What are,
Well,
we don't know yet.
3 at least.
3 were in 24. So we've had 5 murders. They all hit the end of the year. Mostly.
Yeah, 4 at the end of the year, 5 and 24. Yeah.
Okay. Didn't we have like 10 like a year or 2 ago?
We had 8 in 2022.
It seems like we're going the wrong way.
We're the problem, I can tell you, bigger picture is drugs and mental illness are the 2 factors that contribute to every one of these murders without exception. So maybe one exception on an unsolved.
This is what I wanted to start talking about, but since we're on this topic, nationally, or if I'm understanding correctly, nationally, violent crime and murder rates have been declining for a couple of years.
No, they're not.
Yeah, nationally they are. I mean,
No.
I mean, Steve, do you have any, input on that? Is that accurate or not? And then, if that is accurate, what I'm trying to understand is what is, what's happening here, that we're going in the opposite direction. I mean, it's, our community is getting larger, we have some population growth. But, is it, fentanyl hit the East Coast several years earlier than it hit here, and it hasn't, it's sort of played out, in places farther east more than it's played out here at this point, is that it, or do you have any thoughts for us on why our murder rates are increasing and our violent crime rates are increasing, and whether there's, any light at the end of the tunnel on that?
Yeah, so if you look at the over the course of basically 2019 was the last normal year. And then for stats, and then once you hit 2020, we started to spike up. We had 3 in 2020, 4 in 2021, 8 in 2022, and 4, 5 is how it's gone. And so you could also say that our murder rate is dropping because if you say 2022 is the peak year, right? And so there's a little bit of that in the national statistics because things got wild in terms of violent crime during the peak to end of COVID time. And then it's starting to get back to a baseline. Our baseline is very high though for us. Part of it's because of population growth, but I just know that every one of these is drug and mental illness related. So we have a lot of drugs coming in to Central Oregon. We and law enforcement are very aggressive at trying to go after the drug dealers. Our state has not been highly aggressive at going after drug users and to try to get them directed to treatment in the last few years. And so I'm hopeful that with the House Bill 4002 getting people deflected into treatment, we can see some reduction in drug overdose deaths and other pathologies around drug use. Those are factors that come to mind. We're seeing more cocaine in our community. That cocaine historically hasn't. I'm sure in the 80s it was something. Right. During my career, cocaine has been you hear about it, but you rarely saw it. And now cocaine is coming back in. Cocaine is one of the drugs, along with methamphetamine, as a stimulant. It's very mind altering. It causes paranoia, it causes violence. I should say it leads to violent behavior. So those are all factors. Other substances that are being used are mind altering in a permanent or semi-permanent way that leads to violence as well. The hallucinogens, marijuana, those things in the right person is not a good combination.
Yeah, so that doesn't necessarily offer us a lot of hope that this trend will taper off.
Yeah, I'm a pessimist when it comes to that kind of thing. When I see the pace that we're on right now, I think we're in a bad spot right now because of the drugs that are in our community largely. And until we can get a grip on that, I think we're going to continue to see a lot of high-end violence.
Well, this is a limited growth scenario. We're not going backwards. We're just not going as farther forward as we want at this point in time. As I say, thanks for keeping a stable office and a high throughput and a professional atmosphere. We're going to be finishing up a courthouse facility, and have some elbow room. Everybody maybe have their own desk, or at least a cubicle here pretty soon. And yeah, let's keep that on the horizon about adding the next deputy district attorneys. I mean, that's always going to be the need to right size the office. The budget pass just real narrow right now, and it's kind of the first time it's been like this in a long time. You know how narrow it is right now.
Yeah, that was actually where I wanted to start my comments was, you know, in, you know, in terms of long-term trends, we have seen the state contribution to DA's office declining. I mean, they're not even covering, you know, the district attorney's full salary at this point. And we've seen the dependence of the district attorney's office on the general fund, you know, increasing over time. And we're in a bad place right now because the general fund growth that we've experienced for years and years and years of major growth in our community is starting to taper off. And you know, and we have also kind of taken on some very large you know, capital investment commitments, you know, in this time frame that we're in right now. So I guess looking at those two trends, you know, reduced state investment in DA's offices, tightening of the general fund, with the other departments that have been through this morning, we were able to talk about kind of legislative, like glimmers of hope, opportunities, like, oh, well, if that corrections funding comes through, then that relieves a bit of the pressure here. But you know, I don't ever hear people talking about, you know, well, we've got a bill to, you know, have, you know, increase state funding in DA's offices, you know, working its way through the system. Is there any kind of political momentum or political appetite for that kind of policy, you know, this year or anytime soon?
I haven't heard that there is, my feeling is that if that were to be brought up to the legislature, it would probably not move very far right now. I think there are other budget priorities. Everybody's feeling the same thing that we're feeling, I think. So it's, you know, you
And
gotta,
there's the public defender,
right,
you know, investment issues going on as well, but. Is this something, I mean, the district attorneys, you have a state association, right? I mean, is there any discussion about, you know, specific advocacy along those lines, or has that been attempted in the past?
I know there have been discussions about it. I don't think anybody's ever been brave enough to ask the legislature to take it on. And the reason is that I don't think it would get very far. I don't think we're a priority for state government. We're more of a local priority typically, or county priority.
Well, I mean, when you start to talk to, you know, DAs are respected elected officials in their communities across, you know, the whole state. And when you start to talk to people about the kinds of impacts that you were just describing to us, I mean, I think, you know, state voters, you know, haven't, you know, would be very concerned to hear those things. So
I'm on the District Attorneys Association board. I can bring that up as
Yeah.
well. We'll have a meeting on Friday.
yeah, I mean, and you know, if there was that kind of a push, I mean, the, you know, county commissioners could be right there next to you, but yeah, you know, otherwise I don't know how we ever have that, you know, if the state association isn't spearheading, I don't know how we ever have those kinds of policy discussions. And, you know, just get to the long-term prognosis for the growth of our general fund is slowing. The rate of growth is slowing. So I mean, we're, you know, those trend lines are not, are putting us in a bad place.
I understand. And I'm not here to complain about our budget. I appreciate the support we get from the county. This is my reality to talk about what we're seeing, the demands on our office, and then talking about a reduction of office capacity really is what we're talking about, because all of our budget almost is personnel driven, and personnel costs, as you know, are inelastic in a sense.
Inelastic and inflation's been doing a job, right, the last couple of years.
We'll publish budget for 26, and that's what we're here to talk about. Is, you know, this is the input to the budget process to have a proposed budget to get to July 1st next year. And as I say, it gets back to that kind of 100% of the budget. You know, I mean, please feel free to spend all that, and then if there's extenuating circumstances, just communicate with us also.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain this to me? When you say 18 open and active homicide cases, homicide, does that not mean murder?
It includes manslaughter as well.
Oh, manslaughter, that's what the difference, okay, because it said 13 of these cases are murders, so I'm like, okay, so manslaughter was what I didn't understand, okay. Yeah, no, it's, so appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Did you get your penthouse fixed, by the way? Do I ask?
What about those records up there?
Yeah, we've got a nice restaurant up there. Steakhouse.
Yeah. No, it should be seafood, right?
Seafood, beautiful view.
We're gonna have a commissioner fight over this, because one of the commissioners said that he or she wanted a steakhouse, and now you're saying that.
No, my family is
Surf and turf.
so.
Surf and turf.
Okay.
So
Got it.
has it been cleaned up at all, a little bit?
Yeah, we're getting through the files.
Okay, good.
Slowly but surely.
Slowly, that's the word.
Well, I've always been supportive of a strike team investment budget for that too, so if it's ever priority.
For right now, to me, that's.
I know, that's a problem, I know. More work just to keep track of it all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, so 12:20 scheduled for 12:30 lunch break, and we have that through our agenda items. So.
We have, so we'll have lunch
Squeeze in
and we'll
that
have
walk out to the radio
a
tower.
brief tour out here. And then we'll reconvene here at 1 o'clock, so.
Okay, we have two folks from 911 who are either here or on the way, so I'll
Okay.
check in the lobby and see, but they were planning on
Okay.
12:30.
So we'll reconvene on video at 1 o'clock.
Reconvene at 1 o'clock on the video, yes,
Yep.
exactly, yep.
Yeah,
I am brand new with
So-
911.
one moment. So yeah, we're at lunch and we're getting an update from 911 from Radio Project at a site here at the road department. So we'll go from there. But yeah, introductions for two.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Van Sarabel. I just started with 911 at the beginning of this month in the technical systems manager role. And I brought with me Nick, who is our lead on the radio team.
So yeah, here at the road department, there's a new tower going up and I was just starting to ask the fact that this is adding to the system. So multiple sites, P25 radio, public safety radio system. We're partnering with the state of Oregon also, so state troopers and ODOT has access to this radio system. Yeah, can you explain just a little bit about how it adds to the system? This is what is our capital projects from many years ago too.
It is, and I'll let Nick answer that.
Yeah, so the existing 3 radio sites cover the core of Bend. However, as we see more growth, especially on this side of town, this seemed like a great place to basically add more service, or signal density, if you will, to the Bend simulcast cell. And we're getting going on civils. We're hoping to have everything done certainly by the end of fiscal, but the building and the tower work is scheduled about the 1st of August, I'm sorry, but April 2. And once those are in place, we'll start hanging antennas, bringing in equipment, setting up batteries and listing on the system.
So there'll be a new tower out there. There's already 2 of them out there, and that's what probably commercial cell phone towers out there.
Yep, there's 2 existing monopoles, probably pushing 100 feet. Our self-supporting tower, it's a lattice tower, slated for 50 feet, I do believe so. So we're a little shorter, but that's all we need. We're not looking to reach across the mountains, just provide coverage in this relatively small area as far as RF goes, but
Because that density that Nick mentioned, that enables us to have better coverage if another tower should have an issue. So it helps provide kind of a backdrop of safety that we won't have this many, not that we have many, but we won't have radio issues should there be an obstruction somewhere else.
And this is like a simulcast where your handheld or the mobile radio kind of knows where the best signal's coming from or going to.
yeah, more or less. So the simulcast cell is a grouping of sites that all transmit and receive the same information at the exact same time. So it operates or is looked upon by a radio as a much larger area than one single site. In addition, it provides redundancy if one site were to go down for whatever reason. There are multiple in that area that kind of take over and the radio kind of roams on its own between the sites that are available to it.
Is there gonna be one up in Redmond too at the Kingwood?
So there's also currently another simulcast cell up at Redmond. Currently have Pine Butte and Long Butte functioning. They're up on the radio, on the air. And we're adding another tower site at Kingwood. So that will be joined to the Redmond simulcast cell, effectively making that coverage slightly larger and providing better coverage in the Redmond, also north of Redmond.
I see the structure for the cancer centers going up right by that tower also in Redmond. Was that planned or did you like, a building's going up right next to it?
I actually didn't know about it as it was going in, but based on engineering numbers, I don't think it's gonna really impact us at all. More about redundancy and, signal quality in that area, so.
It would be just about the real height of it or something.
So.
Yeah.
We'll be right.
I
at
just
the
saw
top.
that the other day. I was like, oh, look at that.
Yeah, when we first installed that tower, you could see it pretty clearly from the highway.
Mhm.
And now that the cancer center is going in, just kind of blends in, disappears.
Yeah.
Not even gonna know it.
So then according to that footprint, is this kind of a standard design also, the fact that there's the support building, you'll have power, backup power, batteries, whatever, and then cables go up the tower.
More or less a standard design for telco radio style stuff. So we have our shelter full of equipment. Batteries will be inside for additional backup. As far as power goes, outside on the pad on that sheet will be backup generator. And then on the other side of the compound, a propane tank. So if we were to lose commercial power for an extended period of time, we do have batteries inside that will give us, I'll say, a day. But then we also have an on-site generator to, in theory, provide nearly unlimited runtime if there was. I think CPC is the provider here for power, so if they had a substation failure, we kind of run on our own and keep on going.
There you go. I was just out there, just Chris's office, Chris Doty, road manager, looking out, and there's a generator in the parking lot out there. It looks like it's diesel. So then you're talking about propane on the same site. I don't know if there's a way to coordinate the same fuels or not.
So the cool thing about propane is it effectively as a fuel has an unlimited shelf life. So if we never have to go off of commercial power that propane put in 20 years ago, 50 years ago, it's still propane, it's still burning. We do have an agreement with the road department, fleet management services, that if there were a big incident in the area, we're on a refueling program with them. Sort of kind of prioritizing refueling. So 911 for sure. And then
Oh, yeah.
our other sites.
So how many gallons of propane is held in?
Typically, I think the site will be 500. It's a good mix of physical tank size, and I think there's NFPA requirements on setbacks. Also, power's pretty good here in general, so that 500 gallons of propane would realistically last 3 or 4 years if there's not a significant outage. If there is an outage, I'd have to look at run times, but a couple hundred hours, so it's at 10 days.
Well, then the Office of Emergency Management, the state OEM, I mean, there's registered priorities to
Yeah, that's what I was
energy
thinking.
and uptime and telephone line, there's all kinds of priorities that go into place when things are happening.
Now, if this were a mountaintop site where snow is a very real possibility and you can't get to in the wintertime with a fuel truck, that tank could be larger, probably would.
Yeah.
But in town like this, 500.
Our tank is like 1,200.
Yeah.
We didn't, and then we have our generator hooked up to it, so, and it actually automatically runs every 2 weeks.
Yep, we
Yeah.
do weekly tests, make sure everything's running tip top. It does its self-check and warms up, lubricates, shuts down. We also monitor that from 911, so. It's part of the build out.
Run remotely or something.
Yeah, so the genset has a timer, it runs on schedule, and then we see that report at 911, hey, your generator's running. Ran for 30 minutes, good to go.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, and then at the 911 meeting the other day, so this is the end of a couple tower projects, and there's really nothing on the near horizon for big capital like this, correct?
That is.
We're not starting the next one, but there'll probably be future enhancements.
There will definitely be future enhancements. We are working on things like ensuring that our generators are up to speed everywhere. So we might have a couple generator projects. We're refreshing batteries, which is a cyclical activity. But I don't believe we're doing anything else as large as building a site in the near future.
And adding the site's probably more part of a outcome of an engineering analysis of coverage and capacity or whatever. Great.
It has been 5 years of adding new sites, so I think the team's pretty excited to get to that finish line.
And one of them will be here.
When you were talking about the construction in Redmond, going up next to the tower and, I'm thinking about as we're talking about a site here, all of the construction that's going on just north of here. At what point do buildings, new development, does that interfere with the functionality of the tower? Is it, as long as it's a little bit taller, everything's okay, or?
So it's not generally cut and dry if it's there, and it's not really interfering per se. So when you design an RF site, you take into consideration a lot of variables, height above terrain, antenna type, but there's also some some assumptions made. Future growth, if it's an area where, sorry, it's an area where buildings are likely to be built, residential, that's usually taken into account. And then buildings as a whole, they are also factored in under assumptions of RF loss going into a building. So a lot of new buildings have very stringent energy codes. And that affects how the building is physically built. If the walls thicker for more insulation, RF or radio signals may not penetrate those buildings as effectively as it would a shed or something. So that's typically factored into the design and engineering phase. But as time goes on, more buildings built, that can change. So periodically, kind of take a pulse of how things are going, reported issues or dead spots from users, and kind of plan for the future based on those. It's always evolving and
Yeah.
things change.
Well, up or down at Sun River, depends how you want to say that, but their public safety building, I know there was in-building repeaters, an amplifier or something or other that we had to be put in there. And that was not planned for up front, but they determined, oh, this is gonna be the right thing, so were you involved with that one?
So we as 911 don't push an organization towards a vendor. We give our technical advice. In this case, they went with, I believe it's Dave Wireless. They would come in and do their own analysis, their pre-engineering kind of pitch, and then they would install equipment if they're awarded that, and then do testing afterwards. Very similar with Sun River. And I think it came down to a lot of the new construction methods being implemented. Historically, they've had less than perfect radio coverage in that area. And with the new building remodel, new glass type coatings, it was determined that they're gonna need a BDA, so that was installed, and I don't know if the report has actually been finalized, but I'm pretty sure it's close, if not in operation.
BDA. What's that acronym?
BDA stands for bidirectional amplifier.
Okay.
So,
Coming in and going out.
yeah, it requires effectively one additional antenna on the roof. And so if this was my radio, I would be talking to the system through an antenna on the roof, and that antenna talk to a radio site, then back to.
But then, like, the hospital has that and some other large public buildings, it may be
jail.
suggested that, yeah, we need to have this kind of, so we have good, strong coverage when you expect it.
That also lends a challenge to public safety entities if they have their own radio system where we don't really have control over any of that. It's more defined by the fire marshal, to be honest, and it's mostly a code requirement. So if we're not really involved in that and we don't know about it, it could potentially impact our system or not really provide what they thought they were gonna get out of it. So it is helpful to know about those systems when we install. Again, we can't really direct an entity to go with vendor X, Y, or Z, but we are here as a technical resource.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Additional questions? Thanks, Rick.
Sure. Yeah, anytime, any questions, feel free.
Well, I'll go walking with you real quick if we want to do that. Hopefully it's about freezing out there.
Oh, it's warmed up a lot.
Oh, good, yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's like 32 now. It's a
A
heat
little
wave.
field trip. So then, yeah, for the video,
it's
we
39.
can mute it now and we'll reconvene in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, and the sheriff will be here at about
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
This is our. So reconvening our annual retreat here in the afternoon about 1:10. Sheriff Vanderkamp has joined us at this time at our invitation, so thank you very much. The topic we were just talking about is our structural imbalances in our structural what? Sorry.
Imbalance, you're correct.
Imbalance, whatever, yeah. Of the kind of the general fund, but the sheriff's office is funded by a couple permanent rates, so it's. In fact, yeah, I mean, we're probably the envy of some counties around the state because we have those permanent rates in there. Because if not, we'd be balanced. And we just heard from the district attorney, and man, he makes a great case for why he needs more resources. But we're working on kind of a 3% growth pattern right now instead of more. But yeah, so that's what we've been doing this morning. With that, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. There's lots to cover. I don't know if you want to cover certain talking points. You just want me to give you my elevator spiel.
Well, so on our agenda, we did just kind of have a wide open hour, so not that we need to go there, but
I would love to just hear how things are going, what's top of mind right now.
So things are really, really vibrant in our office. I can use that word. So to start with, we welcomed Aaron Wells from Redmond Police to join as our undersheriff. He brings almost 20 years of experience as a captain in Redmond. Knowing a lot of the people in the area, resources, partnerships that he brings with him is invaluable. But if you haven't met Aaron, he's just a good soul. And he connects with people really, really well, which is what we need in our office, which was one of my first agenda pieces, which was get in there and really have an overhaul of the culture and the policies of our office. And boy, it showed, because one of the first things we did were open promotions for lieutenants and for sergeants. We've had a number of openings for a while now and some recent retirements and departures. And I think we may have broken a record for the number of people who've put in for these promotions. It was nearly almost a third of our patrol division. So ultimately we had interviews with 21 people, and we're in that selection process today. One of the things we did in our office was, again, falls into the overhaul of the culture, was change the way we did the promotion processes, which the staff really, I think, enjoyed this time around, because we made it a 3-stage process where we actually brought in members of the community to sit on those interview panels and participate and ask questions and listen to answers and learn about their sheriff's office. And the flip side of that was the employees really appreciated having fresh face, knowing that that person doesn't know them, have any preconceived feelings about them, and felt like the community was a piece of it. So they really enjoyed that piece. And then we consolidated it, because historically we've made this stretch out over sometimes several weeks into a month. And now we consolidated it into one day, where they had a panel interview, they got to do a tabletop exercise test, and then sit with the sheriff and undersheriff, all in basically about a 3-hour window. And then with that, we put out a 360 evaluation to other employees about those promotional candidates. And again, that was well received within the office. So it's been fabulous. It's still being scored today. I'm hoping to see that happen, but we've got some very proud employees that are excited to promote. In fact, I'll be inviting the board to join us on that promotion when it happens. Some of the other big priorities were obviously realigning the relationship with downtown. I think I've talked to many, many people who felt like that relationship had kind of dissolved over the years. So getting reconnected with downtown has been a priority of mine, and I think we've been successful there. And that will continue. I think that's going to be continuation, and not just with the command staff, but also with our accounting staff and our HR staff, and everybody just feeling like, hey, we're all back in the same sandbox together. So that will continue. We are currently designing some mentoring programming. So one of the feedback pieces I had from our staff was they kind of felt like, hey, I'm a deputy, I'll always be a deputy, and nobody cares if I ever really do something more with my career. So we have identified some ideas on how we can have supervisors and command staff find people to mentor within the office and show them other office opportunities or promotion opportunities, or just become a better deputy. And that has also been well received. With that comes some consideration for corrections deputies who have a desire to come to the patrol side. I think that was always a division within our office, was they felt isolated, like we had one side of the house, didn't really know what the other side of the house was doing. Granted, they're two very different positions and they require different sets of skills and knowledge. But we always felt like there was some employees that were offered a corrections position in lieu of a patrol correction or patrol deputy position and said, hey, you know, someday you'll be over here, and they kind of just felt lost and forgotten. So we want to make some sort of a roadway where they can then apply for and have some preference to come over to patrol at some point in their career. So we're designing that. We've put a lot of this on the employees, which is new for us, where things like schedules was a big hot point for us. If you don't know, the deputies currently work on a 4 days a week, 12-hour shifts from either 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So they work 2 day shifts, they get 24 hours off, and then they work 2 night shifts, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And so the rollover from their days to their nights, if you've never done that, takes years off your life. It's not a pleasant schedule. And so the employees are engaged in designing and concepting some new ideas of what we can do for scheduling, so it's better for their health, better so they can stay connected with their families. Because that's hard. It's really hard, especially if you're raising a young family to where you get off in your first day shift or your first day off on a night shift and you sleep for 12 hours. And
Or
then
you
the next
don't
day-
sleep, that's the hard.
Or you
part.
don't sleep, yeah, and then you're just kind of useless in the home.
Yep.
So we're trying to prevent that. So that's part of our officer wellness piece. Big piece for me was having meetings with the staff. You know, we're kind of in this healing stage of our office right now. So I think a lot of people felt like, hey, I don't have a way of expressing my concerns or what was getting to me. So part of our officer wellness program is having them access to me and having access to our command staff. So we've opened up schedules now so where any employee can see my work schedule and my appointment schedule and choose a time to come talk with me. No questions asked. You can book your own time and they come right to visit with me. And that's been also very well received. I think I visited with probably 20 to 30 employees now that way. And then I couple that with what I call Friday quick meets, where we'll do a quick huddle. I'll go meet somebody in the hallway that I haven't met before. Just keep in mind, although I've been with the sheriff's office in the county for a while, I spent a large portion of my career outside of the facility in different assignments. So the last 7 years, especially from the COVID years, I've met very few new employees. So for me, I'm a strange face to them and they're a strange face to me. So I go around and I find employees and we visit and talk about what their vision is at the office and what I can do better to serve them. So that has also been well received. So besides overhaul the culture and the policy of the office, we are overhauling our entire finance side of things, some by accidents and some by current events. But we are definitely going to recreate some strong internal and preventative accounting controls. I think that over the years, for various reasons that I'm sure you all know about, we've kind of lost control of some of that, and our budgets have probably been misaligned and spent in areas that don't need to be done. So one of my big goals is to realign those budget priorities, and my overall goal is to get a budget reduction in place, at least for the next 2 consecutive years, to where we can then back down that permanent levy, because I think my forecast is I need that to last longer than it has been. So my forecasting model is pretty conservative. I expect to probably what you'll see, but I want to be conservative in that department. And I think there's better use for some of the taxpayer funds. You know, there was the comedic value over the election about some of the resources that we were purchasing, from golf carts to the infamous Slurpee machine. But I think those are just small samples of a bigger problem. And so we've identified some areas that we can save a lot of money and keep things internal and reduce those costs to where I can ultimately reduce my budget expectations from year after year. That's my goal. People are expensive. We're going into contract negotiations with the association soon. And I don't know what their expectations are, but I've set mine as with them, and they know that money is an issue. So they're being very generous there with their demands. So I'm hopeful that will be good. Of course, we have the homeless issue. I'm always looking for collaborative ideas on how we can resolve that. We're making great headway down in South County now, off the Darlene Way. My fire threats continue to increase with the less and less snowfall we're having. So I think we're going to have a very dry summer if we don't start seeing some moisture. And so that's going to, I think, enhance that enforcement piece. We have been talking to the Forest Service about their proposed closure of the China Hat section of land. And they have agreed to collaborate with us just so we can figure out some timing with resources, not only deputies, but also third-party service provider resources for when those people need to be relocated, or if they decide to go to a different part of the county, we know how to prepare those other areas, because Redmond's concerned, the city of Bend is concerned. We're deeply concerned still with Dirt World. Dirt World continues, I think, to be a bad fire threat, but we are going to start engaging with the Forest Service, the BLM on that, and start being more present. I think our presence will help with some of that danger, especially when it comes to violence and fire and solid waste. We hear stories about a guy who's running an auto repair business out there in Dirt World. He lives in town, but he has his repair business out in Dirt World, and he comes and goes just to run his business. And so we're going to start addressing some of those solid waste issues more aggressively.
That's on county property too, isn't it?
It is.
Right, like 47 cars or something
Mhm.
crazy, yeah. I thought it was 14 at one time, but
No, it's considerably, the last drone footage I saw was, it's easy 40 cars.
yeah.
So we're gonna get more visible out there. The staffing continues to be a problem. I suspect once we finish these promotions, that we'll have about 13 openings available for patrol deputy. Our jail is almost fully staffed. We're only 3 people short for being fully staffed in the jail. But the patrol deputy position continues to be a hard spot to fill. I'm very excited to see what we get this next round, because since January and since all the progress we've been making in the last 3 weeks, I get probably a dozen calls a week from other police officers around the state who are interested in lateraling over, which is basically transferring over to our office, which is good news because their training requirements are a lot less. They don't have to go to the academy for 3 months, so their onboarding process is considerably less. And I expect that that will also help with some of that staffing issues. If we don't get as many people as we need in the lateral position process, then we'll open it up for new hires. I want to have this done at least started by the end of February, beginning of March, and have a pretty good idea on our next transition period before the summer. I want to have many people in place by summer. We've had some, I gotta tell you, we have some amazing talent. So our CAT team, which is doing a lot of the homeless camps mixed with the Deputy Blaylock and some school resource officers in the summertime, many of those people are candidates for promotions. And I suspect that they will be successful just based on their history with us. So we're gonna have to recreate staffing for our CAT team, which I don't think will be a problem, but again, it takes away from our patrol staffing. So I describe it as playing fantasy football almost on the daily now. I constantly like changing my quarterbacks and figuring out what my offensive line looks like, but we've gotten some good headway there. So that will be, I think, resolved here probably by February, well in advance for the summer issues that will arise.
So how many FTE are you short like today?
Well, that's a loaded question. So
I know.
we're flying right around the 29 number right now. But I think a lot of our budget was being regulated historically by the FTEs. So when we needed more or less money, the FTE was being filled or not filled. That's a horrible practice. So I'm trying to get my staffing up and I'll worry about the budget as we grow. So I'm trying to practice a different methodology of accounting there, but I want to have 13 done by summer. So for the patrol side, that's my goal. And I think given our current budget, and if I sound doubtful for my budget, a lot of it is because we were so backlogged, and I really appreciate the help from the finance department downtown. But when I came into office, they were still processing invoices from January, February, March, when I first got there. Bills weren't getting paid. The office staff or the accounting staff had no direction. They were just trying to keep their head above water. And so when I say I'm still trying to figure out the budget, it's because we're just getting numbers to paper now. And so we have probably 24 POs that were still being charged against the budget. So I'm still untangling this ball of yarn to figure out exactly what money I'm working with. But I should have that resolved this week, thanks to your department. So if I sound doubtful on a budget, it's because I'm truly doubtful. I don't know what it actually holds behind the curtain still. So
You'll be very experienced in it in the near future.
oh, I know. Yeah, we're getting there. what else I brought all my other notes with me. Talked about a lot of this. The big piece that I really sell to not only my staff, but also our management is to just maintain curiosity in how we can do things bigger and better and cheaper. For a long time, we didn't have a lot of voices being heard, so I'm getting some great ideas on, hey, here's how we can do this task in the jail for half the price, or maybe we don't turn every inquiry into an internal affairs investigation and pay a contractor. Maybe we do a better job of prioritizing the needs of the citizens rather than what needs to be done for friends of the sheriff's office, things like that. Very smart people in my office, deputies all the way up, have come to me with about a half dozen proposals. And we've already started doing 3 of them now. We're working on the other 3. So I tell people, just stay curious in how we can do things better for the taxpayer. And remember that the key is that respect yourself, respect the office, and respect the profession. But we really need to respect the taxpayer's dollar. So anytime that you are making a decision of what we need to do, just be wise to that. And it's really paid off for our office to have a different perspective, because now when you have a happy employee, you get a happy product, and that's really shown now in our office. If you haven't checked in with any of our deputies, I encourage any one of you to stop a deputy and ask them how things are going, and they'll tell you it's really night and day, and they've seen a lot of change in just 3 weeks. So we're going to continue to stay committed to the mission, which is public safety. I know the big community conversation right now is immigration. I think I get that call several times a day now, including today. And the message is the same: as state law is very strict on that. We can't be part of it. We won't be part of it. And I can't, not that they would tell me anyways, but when ICE comes to town, they don't have to check in with me. They come do their thing and they leave. And there's some frustrations. I think one of the big misunderstandings is the sheriff or the sheriff deputies, we can't enforce federal law. No police officer can unless you're a federal agent. I always use the Christmas tree as a simple example. If you go out to the woods and you cut down a Christmas tree without a permit, a police officer can't write you a ticket for that. Only the Forest Service can, because it's a federal law. And you can apply that same method all the way up into immigration. And so there's a lot of frustrated people. I understand the big feelings and the conversation, but I keep telling people, rest assured that our office won't be involved in that process. We can't. So
what about countywide dog licensing rules on the federal land? Because that's one of those classic situations for the long-term unsanctioned campers. That multiple dogs out there, and I'm looking for conflict, but I'm just the clarity of that situation, and also recycling decomposing cars out there. That's a waste stream on federal land. So I'm just saying, let's make sure we're clear on what.
Well, we can enforce. There's some overlays here. We can enforce the dog laws and the solid waste issues. The removal of them seems to be the bigger battle. Not so
they
much
just keep
because
showing
of
up.
us. Yeah, but the hard part is tow companies are nervous to go out there because sometimes they don't have the equipment to go out in the backcountry, and then they get stuck with the cars and nobody ever claims them. So then they're finding that scrapping a car nowadays is not very profitable. So then they're losing money. So it's and then RVs is a different situation. We had one RV dismantler. I think there was one in the valley and one over in Prineville, and they both went out of business, which is hard to believe given the state of everything today. But that's expensive too. So the Forest Service says they have a line on how to get some of those cars out of there. But if you haven't been back into the back section, the east section of Dirt World, they've set up barriers and trenches and booby traps, and to get even a big police truck back there or sheriff's office truck back there is virtually impossible, because they've purposely done it to isolate themselves and create a barrier. So just imagine trying to get a couple dozen cars that are just broken down out of there. In my mind, they're gonna probably have to helicopter some of them out of there. I don't know if there's any way to physically do it anymore.
Well, my vision is, let's celebrate these public lands around us and help the people that need help, right? It's like these,
Right.
It looks like it's a full-on conflict, but hey, this is society, if you want to be a free-range person on the public lands, go for it, but let's not be militant, breaking the law and doing environmental damage. So, there's just these lines, but on the flip side, let's celebrate all the open space we have around here.
Well, and it's disheartening to the damage and destruction that's happened. Trying to Hat breaks my heart.
Yeah.
When I moved here 25 years ago, Trying to Hat was a great place to go and recreate. And now it looks like a third world country.
I just think of this as a moment in time, we voted for marijuana and Measure 110 and as COVID happened and like all these things kept happening and, not direct reasons for all this, but it's like we just kind of let it go for a while and all of a sudden, oops, we didn't mean to do that. So let's just dial it back. So I'm just showing support for the efforts, but it isn't all, criminal activity either. I mean, there's some really
Oh, no.
heart-wrenching life situations there too. So.
As you were saying, we don't have places for people to go when that closure is implemented at a China Hat. I mean, what do you picture your staff people doing when they're kind of in the middle of that situation? Telling someone they need to leave here, you can't come back in here. But I mean, what are they gonna be telling people?
Well, a good example is what we've been doing down south, and we've been practicing up here as well, but a lot of it is connecting with the people. But one thing we found is by having a relationship with and knowing who's out there is part of the fight, but finding out what the barriers are, what's going on in their life that's got them here, and then trying to remove the barriers. One of the more common barriers that we've heard of is, I don't want to leave my stuff, or my motorhome's broken down and I don't know what's wrong with it. And so what we'd seen down south was by saying, hey, what if we could help remove all of this trash that you're concerned about? Because surprisingly enough, you wouldn't think this is true, but a lot of people feel like, hey, this is my stuff. And I don't want to leave it here. I don't want to be responsible for leaving it here because it's trash. But if we said, okay, if we can help eliminate these 2 cars or all of this solid waste, would that help get you to where you need to go? Where is your next step in life? Well, I have a sister in Albany. Okay, how can we resolve this stuff and get you to Albany? Well, the alternator in my car doesn't work. Okay, we can talk about this. So how about we find you an alternator? Will you put it in? I can put it in. You can't put it in? Okay, well, maybe I can find somebody to help you put it in. So what I'm hearing you say is, if we get rid of your stuff, put an alternator in your car, Albany is your next stop. Okay, and we have found by doing it that way and saying, okay, you'll accept these services, great, let's work our way down here.
Yeah.
Then you'll find people that say, I'm not moving, I'm staying right here. And then we have to say, well, here are your options. This is our progressive enforcement piece. If you choose not to get rid of these cars, or if you choose not to eliminate all the solid waste, then here's what's going to happen in this order. And making sure they understand that expectation and then following through with it. Because what we've also found is there's sometimes they might move around or they might be forgotten, or maybe he's in Dirtwell today, but he's in China Hat tomorrow. We didn't really have a central database or a way to know that, oh, this is the same man that was over here and we made these expectations here. So we're trying to centralize a knowledge or a database to say where they are and where they're coming from, and then noting to each other as deputies saying, hey, I talked to him. He said he was going to go to Albany if we fix this. He didn't. Well, now we know that the next step is now we have to start issuing citations. We've also found there's a small group of people that have said, hey, it's my $100,000 motorhome, but I broke up, maybe I got divorced, I broke up with my spouse. And so now I'm just gonna live out here as long as I possibly can. I know I'm not supposed to be out here, but until I know this is like, you're gonna do something about it, I'm gonna stay right here. And that's a whole different issue. But we have a handful of those people that have jobs. In fact, we met a man off of Darlene Way who works for the city of Redmond. He lives in his big motorhome and his $80,000 truck, and he says, I know I can live here for free, and until you tell me I can't, I'm gonna stay here. So there's different walks of life and different places, but what we found is by trying to get commitment from them, we can resolve those issues that are keeping them there. Because the enforcement piece for us, we kind of stalled it out, but now we're gonna progressively get there to solid waste, unlicensed dogs. That if you've never watched the traffic, I don't know how we don't have more crashes where they come out on dirt road on the Highway 97 and flip U-turns and just crazy driving. Start enforcing traffic laws, but I think just being visible and saying, hey, I know who you are, I know your commitment. Sometimes people find it in themselves to leave too, but there's a very small percentage, I think, that will hold strong and dig in. There are a handful that have dug in down in the Pine, And those will be getting more progressively enforcement actions as time goes by. But that's how we've been handling it. I think that'll probably be our continuation of it is finding out what those barriers are and addressing the barriers and then going from there. So.
Well, there's partners out there that want to help, you know, some of the nonprofits. You just mentioned Alternator and multiple people raise their hand.
Oh, yeah.
So we got to make sure we're making those connections too. And I'll do it. I like wrenching part-time, not too much, but a little bit. I'll change an alternator.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll put it on my list.
So you're talking about a central database. Are you saying this is something that the sheriff's office has? Because when I wrote out in 19 with one of the deputies, he actually had everybody on his map, but in wherever we were. And then they were trying to tell me recently that they don't really have that anymore.
Well, there's the mapping piece to it, but then there's also, we have what's called like a field interview card, which is just, I talked to this person on this date and this time, and this is what I told them, or this is what we talked about, or I gave them a warning about this. And then we can search it and search it that way. We have to be careful though, because there's certain laws that we can't maintain databases, or we can only maintain them for so long and for criminal justice purposes. So we don't want to say we're creating dossiers on everybody, but I think just a simple tool that we had that we've never used is just field interview cards and then being able to search them. So it's more of that method than a mapping system, but in our current dispatch system, we can map out all of our stops anyways. So that would automatically happen with the placement of the FI cards, but just simple interviewing people, finding out about them, why they're there, documenting that. Then another deputy could then search it saying, hey, I'm out with the same person, but a different camp. They'll already know the history. So it's kind of more of a history reporting than anything else.
Okay.
Yesterday I was told this story about a young woman driving from Bend to Redmond on Highway 97 with someone really driving terribly erratic. She called 911. I'm not sure if it was regular or backup, but they said to please get a picture of this person's license plate. The guy was trying to push cars off the road. I mean, really bad stuff. Well, he pulled off, she pulled off, and he saw her and pulled a gun out on her with a silencer.
I have not heard the story.
No, I know, because I went to church yesterday and this is what I heard.
Wow.
Anyway, I'm saying, if 911 is telling people, you have to say something like, if you really want to take the license plate, if you can say, do it safely, but I mean, here this woman barely got away from the guy. Yeah,
I'll have to research. I don't know that story. And I can't imagine 911 would say, take a picture, but I will.
I was told, I just talked to 911 about it and they said, if you can safely do it, could you take a picture? I talked to Deputy Blaylock this morning. He goes, oh yeah, we would, a picture is really the best. And I'm like, this person put themselves in like, oh my gosh. Anyway, her mother shared the story with me. It was up Thursday afternoon. So I just thought, oh my gosh, we're so lucky that she actually got away.
Yeah.
So that reminds me, just like we did a little tower tour out here for the next radio site for our digital radios. Next Gen 911 is out there on the horizon, and this interoperability council that I'm involved in at the state level, that's one of the topics that comes through. We're not in charge of it, but there's going to be a point here in the near future. OEM is where the 911 dollars come, and Next Gen 911 is being able to make a call, connect to a live video feed, open up an audio stream, do everything, and it's going to be amazing. And some states have gone down that path. So, but Oregon is studying it, but that'll be something that maybe we can both learn about together here in the near future.
I'd be curious. I know there's been, I've talked to a few people about the features of it, and I'm always nervous when you're giving one more data stream into a police car because there's so much that goes on in there. If you can imagine, for those to kind of simplify it, basically a first responder going to a call, responding to a call, can actually then start listening to the 911 call as they're driving, which is good and it's bad. So you have to look at all the different streams of information a deputy has sitting in a patrol car, from the radio, a cell phone ringing, trying to navigate the streets with lights and siren, and MBT with notes popping up. And now you add this new thing of a screaming person on 911. I always wonder if that's good or bad, because that's the one nice thing about 911 is it's a good buffer between that situation and trying to get somewhere safely. I think there's a good place and time for it, but I know talking to some other agencies, they had wished that they didn't have this other data stream because it just adds another dynamic to responding to a call. But I think it's helpful as an investigative tool, so you get to a scene and you want to go back and listen to the call, that makes sense. But some of the agencies had some deep concerns about having that accessed by deputies while they're trying to get to a scene because of that. It's just one more thing.
And then there's the technology side of it, which is truly just using the next generation, because the 911 call maker to call taker, right? So the call maker was all set for landlines. You knew what an address was when you picked up the landline at your house. It's been adapted for mobile phones, but it's not a true digital connection. So to getting that backbone worked up, because you're talking about the end user where the deputy could have streams from everything. But once we do need to take that step from the old landline system that's been adapted to digital, and they call it broadband. And it took me a while to understand, like, well, what do you mean broadband? How fast does that need to be? But broadband is referring to once you send bits and bytes, it could be audio, it could be video, it could be digital data, it could be anything. So that's the transition. When I talk about it, that's what I think of. When you talk about it, you're thinking about the deputy and how many
Just as an example.
inputs. Yeah.
And body cams now, they're making body cams
Live
that
body
stream,
cam, think
so
about that. Wow.
somebody in an office could watch the body cam
Yep.
from 20 miles away and see what's going on there. Yeah, the technology is flying by, and I don't know that we'll be able to ever keep up with it. There's always gonna be something to chase there, but the technology is improving leaps and bounds.
What does it say? From my point, it's a big cutover from the adapted landline system, which we have now, to the digital one. And as I say, California's done it, Oregon's struggling with it, but it'll happen at some point. But that's a tangent for what we're talking about today.
Good point. Any other questions or?
Well, as I
Or
say,
anything
Sheriff,
else?
this is our retreat day. Thanks for
Yeah.
joining us. It's just an opportunity to share and spend some time together.
No, I'm thrilled to talk about anything that goes on over there. I know that my command staff would love to join too in the next one and share from each of their divisions what's going on, but.
Well, budget will be the next one, right? That's
already
what we'll
started.
sit down. But as I say, the budget week is there, 3 public members of our budget committee. And we'll have a slot and time to be presenting the budget. So that's when we'll be able to talk again in the near future.
I go from here to our first budget meeting. so-
Great.
So how
Oh, and
That's
the
where it's
ranch,
going.
the ranch costs got way out of line, and I noticed they're like, yeah, they brought it down, but I'm like, what are they talking about? So anyway,
Yeah.
and I'll get more hay donated. right?
Oh, fantastic.
Somebody did a truckload last time, and then the man hauling it wrote off his bill too, so, I mean, we have some really wonderfully generous people in our
Very much.
community. But, and TA Gunnels actually brought up that we've had 4 murders since, I believe, the end of November to today.
I believe we've got 12 in custody still in our jail right now. for murder charges.
Yeah, it's bad.
We had the case last week with the attempted murder from Reading that we helped with. He was in our jail as well. Now back in California. We have, I can't remember a time where we've had that many murder suspects in our jail. It's a sign of the times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they by themselves then in the jail?
Usually, yes, they'd be classified and they would be put into a general population dorm because of their charges.
Thank you so much
Thank you.
for the new leadership you're putting together at the SO, the bringing together of the team there that you described to us, that your support plus accountability and enforcement approach to homelessness, and especially your very hands-on approach to budgeting and budget management for this SO.
Thank you very much. Any questions from this side? No? Okay. Thank you.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
You too.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good job today. Take care.
Thank you.
Yeah, find out about the 911 though. If they're telling people, no. Like, if you can safely take a picture, or if you can like give me 3 letters or something.
Something, yeah.
But for that woman to see somebody have a gut,
Yeah, kidding.
yeah, it was. It's frightening. That's why I'm not gonna go back to church for a while. Like, I don't need this scary stuff.
So get way around.
I know. They kept talking about you don't work on the Sabbath, and I'm like, oh, this is not good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Very good.
Thank you. Take care.
See you soon. Bye.
Closed or open? Open. So, yeah, other discussion items, feedback. Contract.
Yeah, great. Thank you, commissioners. And Robert and I can tag team this along with the whole team, as we just thought, after you heard from departments this morning, you're aware of the budget situation. We've kept you engaged with the situation since last summer to where we're at now. We are in the early stages now of drafting the budget for the budget committee's consideration here in just a couple of months. Working very closely with departments to prepare that. So we wanted to check in with the commissioners if if there's anything you'd like to discuss that you've heard about today that you're aware of. Is the framework that we're proposing with the 3.3 and the 8% goes for the internal service funds and for the general fund supported departments. Is that the right approach? Just big picture to open it up, and before I turn it back to Robert, anything else to share about kind of where we're at and what we're trying to provide some time to discuss if there is a discussion?
Yeah, really, as Nick stated, thank you. Any direction that you have for us as we start preparing the actual budget. We won't start until February. Cam will actually, once we determine what the COLA is for all the unions after we get the latest CPI numbers. It's almost February, but
Couple days.
Yeah, it sounded like it was far away until I. No, February.
It's the 27th
Yeah,
of
it's right
January.
around the corner. So we are close. But so that's when we'll know what the actual budgets are. We're gonna be providing all the departments what your actual baseline budget is. This is the amount you cannot budget over, which these are estimates that they based all their items on. And we're hoping it'll be close, right? And that's the analysis that Cam has completed. So we are looking for if there is certain items you want us to consider as Nick's drafting or putting together the proposed budget. That way we can include it in the proposed budget. But again, we still have to save that $1.5 million within the general fund from somewhere, because that's what resets the expenditure curve and gets us on that path. So if there's some trade-off of something that we need to do, just general direction we're looking for today.
So you mentioned resetting expenditure curve. Are departments thinking of it like that, or thinking of it as just a 1 year we have to cut? It's kind of a nuance here, but yeah, are we resetting? Because there's always justification about the more services we can provide, the more resources.
I think we have reiterated that this will probably be an annual exercise. We're going to need to take a look at the general fund, and depending on, the factors, like right now we have a forecast with certain factors, those will change. Hopefully maybe for the better, but
Yeah.
we'll just have to keep readdressing it every year to have a sense of how much the general fund can grow.
And if you think in the past, each year at this time, they've had special requests where they've added,
Yeah.
they've increased the general fund every year. So with this year, there is no additional increase, because then we'd be building on that and it would be compounding cost every future year. So with us, by holding that flat, that's what helps address that as well, as well as these one-time items to get through this fiscal year.
So does that mean we don't need half a day for special requests this year for
Correct. Yeah.
our budget week?
And there will be other departments that are not a part of this initiative, like solid waste, CDD, just depending on their situation, they may have special requests they'll be bringing forward.
But for the general fund and internal service funds, that was part of that general fund framework that we laid out, early on, was no special request for those ISFs and in general funds. Unless some special circumstance came up, then, of course, Nick, as the budget officer, could include it in the proposed budget, and the budget committee would consider that as well. But otherwise, the general rule is no special requests for these funds.
So as of January 27th, 2025, what is the health fund projected to look like, the increase for July 1st, 2025?
What we have as of December 31st, and That was,
I know, yes,
Are you asking about the departmental increase?
right, I want to know, yeah, what is that gonna be?
What we're budgeting the
Oh,
departmental
what we'll
increase.
budget.
Mhm.
Oh, right now, we're assuming a 1% increase for fiscal year 26.
1%?
1%.
because we changed, as you know, because we increased it 30%.
I know, yeah, we went
2 years in a row.
30%, but
Yeah.
I mean, private insurances went 30%. And I'm sure they're not gonna go up just 1% next year.
I think with the combination of the 2 years in a row, the 30% plus the cost reductions that were approved, that went into effect January 1st, that helped set us on a trajectory where we didn't have to increase the fees as much.
So we
as
did
had
30%
past.
2 years in a row?
Right.
Wow.
Well, back to the question of, you know, this, the limited growth formula that we've come up with, 3.3% on general fund expenditures, 8% on ISFs. You know, today we're here in excruciating detail what some of the impacts are going to be for these departments, but this is what we have to do in order to keep our two lines from crossing sooner than later. So I think that this is a sound approach to doing that and support moving forward with essentially what we've heard so far.
And I really appreciate the runway, you know, because this was talked about a year or two ago even. Hey, we might have an issue here, you know, 2 years ago. And this is a very professional way to proceed in an environment where the resources are just not keeping up the expenses in this inflationary time, just and other reasons, level of service expected, legislative support. It's interesting because remember at the COCO meeting, I mentioned this to Representative Kropp and Anthony Frogno was there, and I think Emerson Levy might have been in the room. I forget who else. And it jumped to revenue reform. I was like, no. We're just trying to live within our means, and maybe the state can partner with us a little more because there's a big budget at the state. But everybody's got opinions about how to proceed. But we can live within our means at this point in time, especially right now. You know, I mean, if a year or two from now, it looks like there's still big structural inconsistencies, we'll adapt with that also.
Well, Oregon has, it's one of the highest tax states in the nation, and I think people are figuring that out. People that live here, people that are on fixed incomes, and what's happening, you know, hear from a lot of people. They've got a $360 electric bill for 1 month in La Pine, and they live in a 2-bedroom. So I should have asked him, is it a 4,000 square foot 2-bedroom, or is it a small 2-bedroom? And yeah, but those kind of bills for people that live here, I think are really, and we have a huge population that is retired and they're on fixed incomes. So the fact that my property tax bill has doubled in 10 years, and then I got a report that actually my property now is worth less, 2 point less than 3% the last 4 years. They're saying it's going down in value. So I was like, well, this is, you know, it's like a perfect storm. And to say that health is only going to be 1% increase, I will be shocked. Because I've been to the doctor lately. You can't even get to the doctor. You know, I have to wait a whole year to get to one of my doctors because I missed it last year. So it definitely, yeah, 1% seems a bit teeny.
As we reported at the monthly financials for December, the actual.
I know, I wasn't there that day. I read, I did
Oh, you
the
did?
report. I read it all.
Okay, so you saw we're at 9.6 million right now with our target at 8 million, but we are projecting
Right.
to be on target still by the end of the year. I mean, we're hoping.
Well, yeah,
But we
and there's
will
always
re-
the delay
Right,
factor
we will
that goes
relook
through
at
that.
it. Yeah. there is.
There's a 2-month delay, so I'm holding my breath.
And I'll just, one more comment, I'll reiterate Commissioner Chang's comments earlier and others have supported it as well. As we talk about the legislative process, obviously, this is from the financial perspective. So obviously, we support looking at all the funding issues as well. There are service impacts throughout the county and those bills are just as important. But as we focus on funding issues, we support all the commissioners in that effort as well as looking at capital funding, infrastructure funding, roads and all the other public health funding, modernization, all the funding initiatives, of course. But for this issue, it's the ones that would impact the general fund, would help that as well.
So tell me, Robert, was anybody looking at why the PERS return was so pathetic? Because that does cost Deschutes County, even though we are more funded than a lot of other counties, the fact that the return was pathetic. Does anyone ever go back and look at that? I mean, is there any legislation for that?
I haven't seen anything on what that, well, there is legislation talking about whether or not they pulling out of the state's ability to invest in fossil fuels and other similar investments to that. So I have seen some in that regards. I haven't seen anything yet in regards to what PERS, changing PERS's ability and what they could invest in aside from divesting from fossil fuel and other similar companies.
I mean, they were already doing that, were they not? Not putting money into fossil fuels. Is that why the return was so minimal?
I think it's multifaceted. There's actually this short-term investment fund, I think from the state of Oregon has the rules on what PERS can invest in. PERS can invest in the state can invest in things a lot more generous or liberal than what we can. Our parameters for investing are much more strict.
Right, and look how well we are doing, even with those strict rules, and yet the state could be doing so much better. I mean, what did the market go for?
Some years are high and some years are low.
Yeah, but I think theirs are always low, aren't they?
Yeah. I'm not sure of the trend, actually. Yeah. Is there anything else?
No, we just had allocated the balance at this time until about 2 o'clock and of course, we can move on to the next topic anytime you're ready.
Oh, it's 3 minutes to go.
Well, so as I said, that question was, does the current board support the concept of the budget planning as presented? And I do, there's discussions around this, but we'll have a proposed budget in a few months.
We will, and based on what we're hearing today, and we'll begin to build the budget, we will then also ask departments as part of the budget process, unless I'm mistaken, to also talk about the impacts of what the limited growth is going in, so then the full budget committee can also evaluate those impacts. And so Robert and Cam are confirming, shaking their heads yes, that
Yeah,
this
they'll
is
be
the
providing
process.
a similar form
Yeah.
that will be included in the proposed budget book.
So instead of talking about special requests, and again, we may have that for other funds, but we will have a summary, we'll have all these limited growth impact forms for all of these areas where we're finding these savings. So, and we'll have a slide in the presentation for departments to speak to these items so that it is one in a proposed budget, people can clearly see what adjustments they have to make within their current year's budget to account for these limited growth savings.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
So
Great, thank you. Are you ready to move into the next?
Next agenda item, so then 5-member VOCC update and discussion.
Great, thank you, commissioners. And we thought we would just lead this off briefly because one of the pieces that we need to begin to plan for is just physical space for our commissioners. Whitney's going to just provide a high-level overview of that, and then we'll just open it up to the board to discuss any other next steps that you would like us to address.
So I think we've talked a little bit preliminarily about the plans that we're coordinating on with facilities to create 2 additional offices for new commissioners. Facilities goal is to have a design team on board by spring of 2025 and targeting completion in October of 2026 for completion of those 2 new office spaces, which we do plan to have upstairs in the same suite as the board is currently located. We did include some cost estimates when we were kind of looking at those total first year cost estimates for the board. That office space update was included. We also included some minor costs for a Barnes and Sawyer potential update to allow for additional space downstairs. At this time, and I know Nick will check in with you individually, but we're not sure that that needs to happen at the moment. But we'll be checking in kind of more on anything that would maybe occur downstairs, with the focus right now on just getting those office spaces completed. So that's kind of where we are on the staff side. Nick, anything to add there?
Yeah, I'll just talk about the Barnes and Sawyer Barnes and Sawyer just for a moment, because some of the physical changes to the dais, however we pronounce it, kind of goes both ways.
Stage.
Yes.
Yeah, can be more expensive. And we thought that, and again, I'll check in with you individually as well as we go on, but there's no reason we can't have at least the concept here before the board now is, there's a space, you said, we sit at the space together with 5 of us, including county council and county administrator. And so we'll need to accommodate 2 more. Well, currently, as you may know, the planning commission has 7 members that sit there, and they had me sit there as planning director for many years. So there was 8. That was pretty tight. And you can often have much larger binders than, for example, the planning commission did. Peter now, with his community development director, is now on the side, so there's 6 or 7, depending on who's there in person at the meetings. So we thought, at least as a starting point, maybe we start with the 5 commissioners there at the dais, and then county council and administrator can sit on the side, as well as our executive assistant. And if we needed to pull another table along the opposite side to kind of match where Brenda currently sits the other side, that's what we needed to do. But let's just keep those costs to the absolute minimum for now, kind of given where we're at with our budget situation, and just to see if that works for the short term. But again, for you to give that some thought, and of course, if we need, if your preference is that we expand it or do something of that nature, we're certainly happy to do so. I know I certainly wish it was more of an arc, just because you could all see each other better, but once we start to touch the physical elements of the room, the costs begin to increase pretty significantly. So that's what we're thinking for space upstairs and downstairs at this point. Happy to answer any questions there, or we can turn it back over to the board for discussions that you mentioned this morning.
I remember going in there 20 years ago or so, and Mike Daly, Dennis Lee, Beverly Clarno, in fact, she was there, so maybe 17, 18 years ago. And it was just tables on the floor, and it just rearranged the room for a board meeting. So now we have that day, it's up front, and it works pretty well. And it's the right presence for the room. It's scaled correctly for that room. So I don't have a feel for where else we'd want to go right now.
Works for me.
Yeah, didn't it say in the voters pamphlet it wasn't gonna cost anything? So sounds like a good plan.
Okay. Well, as I say, I do support starting, whatever it looks like, starting some district discussion. Either, as a board of commissioners, we ask people to join the committee or something. Talking to Dave Doyle, he explained to us that there's no real path to putting this on a ballot before the 5 are on the ballot next year.
September.
Next year. And then opens up at the end of this year, yeah.
Right, September of 25, they can file. And so, yes, we can do it now.
So this is January, and then if we do some commission, whatever we do here, it would be on the same ballot in November. But, just like you're saying, people could sign up by the end of this year. So right now, if we're gonna do it, before that process, while it's in people's minds is what I'm thinking, now would be the time to formulate something. We'd still have a lot of variables there. I mean, I don't know, if, we would have and something could be done by petition, but do we have the authority to receive a recommendation and put it on the ballot or whatever, as the current board of commissioners? So thoughts? Commissioner Dare?
Oh, I have thoughts. Yeah, I think it's important that we get those districts determined, even though the first two elections will be for 2-year terms, and then it will go to regions, if we can pull that off, according to my many conversations with Dave.
As I say, so the best I think we would be able to do is, make sure that people are thinking about it, get a proposal, a recommendation, maybe back from a committee, and have it on the ballot next November, on 26. At the same time that those next commissioner seats would be finalized, either from the primary or the general. So then, and just like you say, it wouldn't be in place, but at least be the topic of the day, as it's happening, so.
Right. So what were the districts that were talked about in 2006? Was that per
Yeah.
population?
So measure
Population
940,
back then, yes.
yeah, measure 943 was a proposal that was in front of the electors of the county. It did not pass. It did have 5 seats, and it was kind of northwest and south, and then 2 in Bend for east and west. Obviously, it'd have to be done proportionately to the population density and precincts of the current county. So there's something to start with that was talked about in 2005 and 6.
Well, I like the idea of a blue ribbon committee to help set that up.
Well, yeah, so that, coming out today, it would be the direction of, putting a process together, asking community members to apply, or as I say, however it would work, to get a committee, a citizens committee together to come up with a recommendation. And I think it would be, to be put on the ballot. So I don't know all the logistics of this, but just starting the process today is what I'm support.
And so if we aim for November of 26, if I recall correctly, generally we need something to put on the ballot by about August. Whereas if it were, and that's what I heard, whereas I think May is kind of March timeframe. So if it's November and August, then we back up, and I don't know quite how long it would take, but we could schedule a work session with the board for, call it late spring of this year, to talk about what the process would look like, who to appoint, and what the schedule would be like, and do we need a facilitator for a portion of that? And then, of course, if the staff were not involved, we can provide staff support as you need, as the committee needs to then create a recommendation for the board to then put on the ballot.
Yeah, what I support, having some staff, support for this project, is to say legal can help define what the process would be, and then some timelines, so.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we're gonna put together a committee, one thing I would, I'll just flag right now that I think is worth having the committee look at would be both a 5-district scenario and a 4-district and at-large chair scenario. Since we have, since that measure passed, since there's been so much discussion of districts, there have been, constituents want to talk to me about it a lot. But one of the things that people have brought up that it was sort of a new consideration or a concern to evaluate with me is the idea that if you had five districts, there's opportunities for commissioners to just get really parochial. Say, well, we built that behavioral health building in Sisters, and I want one for Tumalo too, or I want 2 in Redmond now. And to kind of lose track of, the efforts to provide services in a proportional way across the whole county. So having, that would be one advantage to looking at a 4 districts, 1 at-large chair kind of structure, because then at least one elected official would be elected at large. And they you know, they could kind of counterbalance that. You know, just looking out from my district kind of perspective, if that were to emerge at all.
Oh, and that's whatever the options are, I'd like to hear them all and make sure there's a community group that's discussing all that. Great.
So we'll plan to prepare some concepts for board consideration about what a process and committee structure and timeline might look like later in the spring. Obviously avoiding kind of the key budget committee timeframe, and then and I expect it will be a series of work sessions with the board so that we offer something, you provide feedback, we refine it, and we continue to work through it. And again, county council's not here, but we'll all really look to their advice and recommendations as we go forward in terms of a time frame, et cetera. Given that I've certainly never been through this process before, and we'll find out from others, so we budget, plan, and provide the resources accordingly.
Yeah, and we might want to work with legal counsel, and really lay out the calendar, because even waiting another 6 weeks from right now might be backing us into something. So yeah, take a look at the calendar.
Yeah.
that's all.
I think we need to start sooner rather than later.
Or at least making sure we're not slipping, thinking we have plenty of time, because it could be tricky, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll retract the
Yeah.
late spring, and I'll just say maybe by early spring, because given the winter isn't a whole lot longer, so here in the next
Just acknowledge.
6 to 8 weeks or so, we'll begin to develop some concepts for your consideration.
Okay, well, that got us through that one. Is there anything else for that preparation for 5-member Board of Commissioners in Deschutes County? Just other thoughts, so we do have some examples, you know, Clackamas County and Washington and Multnomah and whoever else, you know, we could look back at the history of, what's that?
Hood River and Clatsop.
We could look back at the history of how those evolved and maybe learn something. So you even have that list. That'd be interesting. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Great.
Anything else on that? No. Okay, thank you. At this time, yeah, we kind of scheduled break and then goals and objectives, which is our one pager, so.
So it's your
Yeah.
decision if you want to take a break or not,
Here.
if you want to, if there are, we can dive right into the goals and objectives, or to
Go on another field trip?
or go to field trip, whatever is your pleasure.
Standing up for a couple minutes.
That's fine. We'll take a break for 5 or 10 minutes and then we'll be back for goals and objectives and then maybe wrap it up too.
Great, okay.
We're back for our annual retreat. After a break, so we have on our schedule for 2:45 or a little bit early for county goals and objectives. So this is the fiscal year published goals and objectives, part of our annual published budget for discussion, mission statement and goals and objectives. Any thoughts?
Hi, Commissioners, we look for any changes that you would like to see. We're happy to help with any changes this afternoon. This is what really does begin then our budgeting process, what we build a budget around, your priorities that we've heard today and are articulated in the board's adopted goals and objectives for the year ahead. And it's the very last page in the packet.
Nope, not there. Revised documents.
Okay, we have a hard copy here. I just have it online.
That one, yeah, it wasn't there.
So I always think of it as the big category: safe communities, healthy people, resilient county, housing stability and supply, and service delivery. I do support those as the main categories, the parts and pieces of what we do. Community safety in many aspects, healthy people, just as a vision statement, as well as the on the ground services of our health department and environmental and behavioral health, resilient county, economic, activity is real important. So it's really good to see that. I don't know that specifically these are in a prioritized list, just the different areas.
When I think about the work that the county is doing, I typically am thinking like a sub bullet lower than this level of statement, but with that said, I think that these are fine umbrella goals and objectives to frame our work. I spent some time reviewing this list, and I don't. There's always words that there's always phrases that I think could be a little bit different, but it's the process of just revising one word is not necessarily justified by the impact of doing so.
Thoughts.
Yeah, crime and recidivism. It seems like we're actually, at least murders, it'll be fascinating to watch how many more pop up this year, as they seem to be doing. So the fact what DA Gunnell said, drugs, mental illness, it's really sad. So no, I mean, we've worked on these how many years now? I don't think they need a change.
So the only other thing that comes to mind is our goals and objectives, quarterly updates, department heads. That is kind of a system we put in place. It's always wonderful to hear about how something has been a goal and some statistics that we can come out with. Sometimes it's hard to even fit it into our board schedule as the year goes on. It's amazing watching it come. I sure don't ask for a lot of overhead for that process, so I guess that I would open that up for discussion or feedback if there's, if we could reduce the effort there, or if we need to reduce the effort there. So just a thought. And I don't have word changes, just at a spot where this is kind of Deschutes County, and what we'd like to do, as I say, my experience in the past is we could put a couple bullet points in there that are specific time-oriented action items, or be a little bit more generic. And this is, kind of just the all-inclusive statement about goals and objectives right now. So as I say, unless we want to go down the path of anything specific. So back to the delivery of quarterly updates, any thoughts? Or requests by departments or?
I think, from the admin staff perspective, the lift is not huge. It is, you know, usually an ask for department leadership, on a pretty tight turnaround time that they've been selected and they're gonna come try to present on a certain date. We've kind of talked about different options over the years, and one of the things we have talked about is potentially doing a mid-year and an end of year, just because you really are getting that snapshot in time, and usually that Q1 feels pretty early. And so kind of, is it valuable to do maybe a longer update at the mid-year and a longer update at the conclusion of the year? Really, it's what's valuable to the board, and certainly if they're bringing you value in the way they're being delivered today, we're happy to continue that.
I did talk to a couple of people about the Veterans Office and the fact that we have an employee in there alone on Fridays because of PTSD and what a lot of veterans are dealing with. I really feel like we need to have somebody else in there on Fridays with that person. To have one person alone in that department, if somebody is really not happy and they come in. Yeah, I think that's frightening.
And thank you, Commissioner. I know, Eric, you're touching base with Sean on that. We've discussed that last week, and you're coordinating with Sean on the staffing of that and relaying what you've heard and the concern. So, yeah.
I appreciate the idea that, you know, in Q1, there's not that much to say yet for a lot of departments, so that would make sense to me to try to either do it at the mid-year and at the end of the year, or to just kind of stack it more towards the latter 2/3 of the year.
Okay.
I support that also, yeah. It's good.
Who's running the victims program now?
A new manager, Dominic Passarelli.
Dominic? But they're down one, right? I think you said they were down one.
I don't know off the top of my head. We can double check and follow up.
Doesn't it say that somewhere here?
I can ask.
It's part of the vacancy savings plan.
Was Dominic there already?
I don't recall, but I can follow up with Jessica on the fact that you're there.
I know, I thought we all should call Norcor and tell them to raise their rates. Of course, we can't do that. What is it? But I'm sure we'd be breaking some rule, but they're the ones that are only charging the 180. I guess I could ask them, when did you guys raise your rates last? Have you thought about it? Oh, great. Well, have to meet Dominic then.
Okay, well, with that, goals and objectives, and as I say, this is it. This is our goals and objectives as presented. And we'll go with the updates throughout the year, not worrying about the first quarter as much as later in the year.
And we would begin that next fiscal year. I know Jen Patterson was just checking in with me to make sure that, and I said, yeah, that would be next fiscal year.
Yep.
Continue the current process and cycle for this year. Given that we're long past.
Just past, yeah, exactly, there you go. Good. Thanks for clarity. So anything else for that agenda item? If not. Anything else for this meeting? We've done pretty quick here.
Well,
Including
what a
comments.
shock. Last year we must have been under pressure because we had to go to that other meeting.
Well, yeah, with that then, I mean, I'm looking forward to 2025. We'll work together on this. The budget planning is going well, supported by everybody. I know it's a different mode for us as a county, as Deschutes County proper, but you know, the economy and the inflation, cost of doing business, cost of construction, everything's a big variable these days, but we'll see where we go with it. And yeah, any other concluding thoughts?
Well, I just want to say, thank you, commissioners, for a great day. Thank you to Brenda and our team for helping organize it, to Chris Doty and the road department for hosting us. For the three departments, actually, I should say 4 or 5 departments that
Yeah,
participated today.
that's-
Community Justice, District Attorney, Health Services, our sheriff came on short notice, and our 911 team came out and helped us with the impromptu
Field trip.
A field trip that was right here on site. Very important that we hold this meeting every day and plan for the year ahead. And I know we've had a lot of people watching online, staff, community members. I expect probably the media as well and others. So hopefully everybody's learned a little bit more about what we're doing and where we're going together. And again, yeah, this is a launching point for us to begin to develop the budget for your and the budget committee's consideration here in just a few months. So that concludes my remarks. I certainly look to Eric, Whitney, Brenda, if they have anything else, and really thank everybody for being involved.
So glad we didn't have to drive out here in a blizzard.
Right.
We can have it tomorrow, though. Somebody's
End
listening.
of the week.
Yeah. I know, somebody
The
had had.
water.
Okay, with that, meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Annual retreat complete.